Hello and welcome to the Darkest Dungeon. The darkest of dungeons indeed. I'm actually gonna let this game speak for itself, because it does such a fucking good job of doing that. So, we're gonna ignore the Butcher Circus. I think this is PvP, I haven't really tried this much, but we're gonna start a new game, we're gonna have all the DLCs ticked on. We're going to go Darkest mode, which isn't technically the hardest, Blood Moon is, but that adds in like a failure mechanic where you lose enough heroes and you fucking die, or you can run out of time. And I haven't played this game recently enough to be able to handle that, so we're going to try on Darkest setting for now. Gonna name the game after myself because I'm a narcissist. I'm also, let's see, I should have a couple of mods, including some Dark Souls skins, and just a couple of balance things that I have pre-tested, so it shouldn't immediately crash my game. It's going to be really embarrassing if it now does. And then the intro cutscene should pretty much let you know what the game is about.
You will arrive along the old road. It winds with a troubling, serpent-like suggestion through the corrupted countryside, leading only, I fear, to ever more tenebrous places. There is a sickness in the ancient pitted cobbles of the old road, and on its writhing path you will face viciousness, violence, and perhaps other damnably transcendent terrors. So steel yourself, and remember there can be no bravery without madness. The old road will take you to hell, but in that gaping abyss, we will find our redemption.
Yeah, the animations in this game are very interesting. There's like, you know, I'm not going to say it. Like, it'll show you. It's very minimalistic in a way that is kind of cool, because it's almost like a moving comic book in game form. But I think the voiceover is really what sells most of this stuff. Like, the voice really does pull me into the experience. And the art is of a very, like, gloomy and kind of crazy style, which I appreciate for this kind of game. Alright. Taking a hot second to load there for some reason. So these are our guys. Obviously... Oh, yeah, map navigation. So this is going to be a thing. So down here we've got our inventory. And this is the map screen. Obviously, this is early days. This is like the tutorial section. We've got the crash stagecoach behind us and whatever. So this guy, this skin, the Highwayman, looks like the rest of the game, same sort of style. This is mod content, because this is the Bloodborne skin. So this is straight out of the Bloodborne series. This is one of the old Hunter skins, and I think it looks perfect for the setting. So I have included it, because it makes my gameplay experience more fun, because I fucking love the Dark Souls and Bloodborne series. So, very simply, we move to the other side of the map, and then we get to move to the next room, and that takes us...
have run up these lanes. Keep to the side path. The hamlet is just ahead.
Yeah, so that takes us along this path, so you'll see our little lantern is us moving. We've got along this, and there'll just be stuff along these pathways, so I'm glad you like it. So sometimes there'll be things to click in the background, sometimes there'll be things to click on the floor, sometimes there'll be objects lying around in the world, and like that, sometimes there are fights.
The rightful owner has returned, and their kind is no longer welcome.
And I know how to kill an enemy, so I'm not going to need too much tutorial here, but basically, Like Pokemon, these guys have 4 abilities. They can only remember 4 abilities at a time because for some reason people and RPGs have just decided people can remember how to do 4 things, and that's it. Which is why all nowadays we know how to do is eat, breathe, shit, and work. That seems to be the 4 abilities that we've remembered how to do, and everyone else has forgotten the rest.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So we get loot, which is pretty obvious. We've got some gold. Obviously, we've got a limited inventory here. It doesn't scroll. This is all we get. So as much loot as we can pack into this is what we can take home. But this is like a little tutorial section, so it's not going to be a big deal. But look, we found something. There's a tent here. So you actually have to select which hero does it. And it does matter because there are good things that can happen when you interact with an object and bad things. So I'm going to get Reynold here to interact with the tent. And when you interact with an object, you have the option of using something with your inventory. So you drag something there. So say you find a locked chest. It will specifically say when you hover over it, locked chest. You drag a key onto that, you get the chest open. You don't drag a key onto that, usually what will happen is a trap just goes off and you'll just take damage. But this is an abandoned tent, so there were valuables left in the tent.
Unchecked.
We got a good roll.
There is much to be found in forgotten places. Dispatch this thug in brutal fashion, that all may hear of your arrival.
And again, the narration is just ongoing. It never really stops, and in my opinion, it's like playing Dungeons and Dragons, because you've got like you've got a couple of figurines, you've got the battle map, and then you've got someone just talking to you about what's going on. And it's this really like cute, minimalistic way of running a video game that they've done really well, because like I don't know the name of the voice actor, but he fucking nails it. Like, whoever the narrator guy is, top tier, absolutely top tier. So, the other thing I should mention is the order in which people are standing also matters. So, for my party, once it gets back to my turn, I'll be able to... so, right now, my highwayman can only slash at this guy because he's at the front. However, his pistol shot can hit the guy at the back. Whereas my crusader, he doesn't have any moves that can target the guy at the back. The most he's got is a buff that could mean that he's targeted more. Yeah, it is a neat way of making tanks in range. But there are moves that fuck with the order in which people are standing. So on your team, you'll have a couple of characters can like punch enemies and shove them backwards. You've got my 5th ability here is move. So I could just move backwards or forwards on a character with their turn, but it takes their entire turn. So if your order is messed up, it can both preclude your hero from being able to use any of his abilities, which sucks if a tank is shoved to the back and he has to move, like spend 3 turns moving all the way back to the front before he can swing his sword again. But that is one of the mechanics of the game. And it's pretty good. Like, it's one of the things that makes there be a genuine strategy in combat. You want to make sure you have a party that has the right amount of, like, people that can take up the right amount of spots. Now I'm going to go for a Grape Shot Blast. It's not particularly accurate. You'll see it says accuracy base 80. As far as I understand it, something with an accuracy base of 100% means it'll always hit. 80 means I've got an 80% chance to hit, which isn't great. Like 20% chance means 2 out of every 10 times this does nothing. Thankfully it hit. I was kind of hoping it would take out the guy at the back, but it also puts a debuff on them, which is nice. So their bleed resist is lower, they take more crits. So I think I'm about to kill the big guy.
The bigger the beast.
If you remember, the Pokemon 80% was always miss. I'm not sure, but that is also the XCOM 80%, which is very fucking frustrating. I love XCOM and the XCOM series. They might actually feature on my channel. I may play them. But my god, if I get another 95% shot missed 3 times in a row, you're going to hear me rage. There is nothing I will be able to do to contain myself. So yeah, this is a mechanic. I'm leaving it up on the screen. I'm going to talk about it myself. But when something dies, it doesn't necessarily give up its position. Its corpse will lay there, and it will slowly degrade, but the tank is still at the front. Like, the guy at the back is taking cover behind his teammate's corpse, which is very interesting, but... And yeah, XCOM... I don't know what the math on XCOM is, but they really needed to tweak the way it was displayed. And yes, this game is very gruesome. This is Darkest Dungeon for a reason. Nothing here is, like, light and airy. So I'm going to take a pistol shot, take this guy out, lovely jubbly, and then we're job done. We can just take all of the stuff, and then it asks us if we want to leave. Because we're complete, right? We could just leave. But I'm going to continue adventuring because there's obviously a bloody chest here, and I want to know what's in it. It's a trapped chest, which means... I wonder if... Can you lockpick it, my friend? No, he just gets blight. But that doesn't matter, because the quest's complete, we go home. So what have we got? Our heroes have leveled up, which is great. So Reynold is a Cove Explorer now. He's earned the perk of 10% scouting chance in the Cove. And Demayus is a Satan-phobic, so he is more stressed, which is a mechanic I haven't talked about, when facing things that are unholy, but is also a Cove Explorer. So they're both great in coves. So they like the ladies. And then...
Welcome home, such as it is. This squalid hamlet, these corrupted lands, they are yours now, and you are bound to them.
Satan-phobic is very much a real thing. It was a fairly normal thing back in the day, but yeah, you're terrified of Satan, you're terrified of the occult. Okay, so... Lot to know about the hamlet, lot to know about stress. So these white boxes under my heroes can't be the real name. It might be. I haven't looked it up. These white boxes under our heroes... This music is 100% Diablo. It is very much that. Because again, like in Diablo, this is the hamlet that we come back to. This is the little broken down village that is right in the middle of all the madness and evil and has yet somehow managed to keep itself together. And just like the hamlet, in Diablo you've got the blacksmith, the guild is where you learn abilities, you've got your tavern, your abbey. The abbey and tavern serve similar purposes but slightly different. You've got your sanitarium, which we will need later but isn't a thing right now, and our stagecoach, which is very important because this is where new heroes show up, and we don't have many, so we're just going to take all comers.
All will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
Right, so I see we have a couple of people in the chat. When people show up that I think are applicable, I'm going to name them after people in the chat. So right now, do any of these look like a Baskerville? We've got our Knight in Shining Armour, and that's our Dark Soul skin for him. Our Highwayman Bandit, which I'm leaning towards. Our Plague Doctor. I do love a Plague Doctor. And a Cultist, who... These guys are one of my favourite heroes, but they're so hit and miss. And then another Knight, unfortunately. I was hoping we would get a Cleric, because I was definitely going to, if a Cleric turned up, name it Dreamweaver Cleric, but unfortunately, no. We don't have any basket-wearing heroes, and we don't have any Druids, annoyingly. They were never added in. Oh, and our Nomad Wagon. This is where we can trade items.
Charms. gathered from all the forgotten corners of the earth.
Okay, so I'm going to go straight for an embark.
Madness and morbidity.
Because this is the way to advance in the game. So, straight off, our first mission, we only get one of them. We can either go straight to the darkest dungeon, which lets you know it's level 6, and your heroes immediately start saying, we're not good enough for this. Or, we can explore the ruins, and a bit like any campaign in Dungeons & Dragons, there's that big bad, there's that darkest dungeon sitting there, but we have to explore the world and level up and gain experience and gain items before we can get to the big bad and defeat it. So I'm going to take a guess at, I think my best option right now. Oh, you're a bit of a frontliner for some reason. Oh no, he can hex. And he can demon's pull. Okay. So this is going to be our party makeup for our first outing.
The cost of preparedness, measured now in gold.
And now we have our provisions. So this is a short little adventure. So I believe that's about 2... I'm not going to say days, but like at random it'll say your party's hungry and needs to eat. And everyone needs 1 ration of food each. So that's 2 lots of that prompt, which should be enough. I'm going to need at least a shovel, because shovels will invariably come up. And then I'm going to take some torches, because there's a light mechanic in this game, which I haven't had time to talk about yet, but should be coming up in this upcoming section. Alright, so light is up here. And when we're at 100% light, we've got as many torches lit as we can take. We've got an increased dodge chance, we scout easier, and there's a very high chance of monsters being surprised when we encounter them, which is great, because that generally means we get to go first, and sometimes their order gets mixed up. As in, the tanks aren't at the front and the DPS isn't always at the back, which can be fantastic. So I'm generally going to try and keep the light level high. But from what I understand, you can snuff the torches out and you will get more loot by travelling in the dark. I've no idea why, but it seems to be just the way it goes. So if you're doing great and everything's good and you think you can take on the game in a bit of a harder state, you can choose to snuff out the torch, which I am absolutely not going to do. So what is we need to scout this place, so our objective up here, which it doesn't look like my cursor's on the stream, so top left of the screen, scout, explore 90% of rooms. So we can't really skip anywhere here. We have to walk around this dungeon. And a free torch. Well, that's lucky. We have to walk around this dungeon and explore as many of the rooms as we can. Oh, we've got a couple of skeletons. Now, this shouldn't be a huge issue, because our Crusader, our frontline guy, is a skeleton killing machine. That is what he is all about. So I'm going to use Emboldening Vapors, which is our Plague Doctor's sort of buff. Which I believe in the vanilla game just affects 1 party member, but in the rebalancing mod I've got going on affects the whole party, so it's actually a little more useful to buff stuff. We're going to go with the Grape Shot Blast, just wear them down. Because if I'm lucky... Oh, they got to go before my Crusader did. There we go. If I hit them with a Zealous Accusation, I completely miss. So that should have wiped them out, but unfortunately my Crusader has ran afoul of the 85% accuracy base. I might be able to take him out with a Grape Shot.
Press this advantage.
Perfect.
Give them no quarter.
Well, that is job done. And then we need to figure out, is this a locked chest? It is an unlocked strongbox, which means we can loot it. Oh, a free shovel. Lovely. And then some crests. These are important. You need them for upgrading the hamlet. Ah. And this is why we take shovels. So this is rubble.
The cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
We can't progress past this unless we dig it out. If we do it without a shovel, you are literally digging rubble out by hand, and it'll stress all your heroes out. Stress is not good. I won't explain what stress does, because as we play through the game, it'll definitely come up, but it's not great to accumulate stress, so we're gonna just shovel the fucking thing. And we're also gonna make sure that we light enough torches. It ticked over into dim light just as we encountered these things. Not ideal. Alright. So I'm going to use Demon's Pull, because our occultist here likes his tentacles, which is fantastic, because that brings our cultist acolyte to the front. She's a bit squishy, but she does a lot of stress building attacks, which fucks our heroes over way more than the stuff that... Like, just accumulating damage is bad, but accumulating stress is really bad. I'm gonna stun our Bone Soldier, which apparently changed the order, and then we're gonna... He can't get that Zealous Accusation to land, can he?
And purpose.
Now my hope is a Grape Shot Blast should solve most of our problems. It didn't solve our problem of the chick that's on low health, but I'm not worried about her. Being that she's bleeding, my estimate is that she's going to start the battle. She's got 2 health out of 13, it says so on her stats. As soon as it starts her turn, she should just bleed and die. So I'm gonna... That's only meant to do 0 damage, because it adds Plague. We're gonna Plague him, and we're gonna use Weird Reconstruction, and do 2 whole healing. So Weird Reconstruction, in the base game it heals between 0 and 13 health. In the modded version, it heals between 1 and 13. And that distinction is quite important, because the amount of times it's healed 0 and made me tear at my own face, it just wasn't worth the hassle. There we go. That's what Zealous Accusation is for. Right, we're going to light another torch. We want that Radiant Light buff. We don't want to be wandering around in dim light. That explains the metal jaw. Yes, it does. And the metal organs. We've got a backpack. And a key. That's good. And another battle. I think most important here is to get rid of that cultist acolyte at the back. She's the most troublesome person in this fight. So I'm gonna... She resisted the stun, of course. Try and heal our front guy.
A momentary abatement.
Alright. So we're going to bonk our brawler on the head. Perfect. Oh, I should have probably bonked the acolyte on the head. But I was thinking, because I'd already tried to stun her in a previous turn, she couldn't be stunned again, but she'd resisted it, so she could be. And I'm going to heal... Oh, that's not some not great healing. Would a Plague Grenade... No, it'd only affect one of them. Alright, Emboldening Vapors. We need to be moving faster than our opponents.
Inspiration and improvement.
And then can we kill off the acolyte? I think that, yeah, that's got her. So she's toast. So we're gonna then just smite our brawler. I should probably continue trying to heal. There we go. 8. Lovely. That's what we were looking for. And we'll just try and... Oh, perfect. That doesn't usually do direct damage, but apparently if you lob a plague bomb into someone's face hard enough, it can just take them out. It's fairly hard to bleed skeletons, so I was just looking for the slash damage there, and that should be all 9.
Executed with impunity.
Okay.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
So let's move you back. Heirloom chest. Let's use the skeleton key.
Packs laden with loot.
We get valuables.
Low on supplies.
Room battle with Curio. We only need to do 90% of rooms, so I think that means we can leave one. So we can avoid this one and just go straight across and round. But judging by the way scouting works, there is a trap, yeah, right there. So when you get into a range of a trap, each hero gets a little percentage on how good they are at disarming it. So obviously our highwayman is our rogue. He's going to be the one disarming traps. Unless you don't see them and walk into them, in which case they just go off and you just take damage. So whether you see a trap is based on not necessarily the character's perception, but mine. Or if scouting reveals it before you get there. And oh, some free food. Food can also be just used by party members. You can't eat infinite of it, but sometimes just letting your wounded party members munch on a few rations. Good way to lighten your load. Oh, there we go. So even though I've just made a couple of them eat, they're all hungry now. So everyone regains some health. It uses up a load of rations. We've still got 10, which is 2 more rounds of that. So we're good on rations. And this last room battle has a treasure in it. We seem to have something... Is that an obstacle? Ah. Alright, well, luckily we have another couple of shovels. So we're able to get through that. Before we go into the last room, I'm going to use that last torch. So I was just about right on my calculations of how many torches we needed. And we're here in radiant light. And yet they still get the first turn, so that's not great. Our Plague Doctor is getting pretty stressed at this point. So the Plague Grenade is great because it stacks damage on both of the people at the back. It's a lovely AoE. We're going to Grape Shot Blast. Just a little bit more AoE damage going. And then I'm going to Demon's Pull the Arbalist. Because they're not so good at the front lines. As you can see with that 2 damage. And the purpose of that bayonet jab move is just to move him backwards. It doesn't really do much more than that. We keep up the AoE damage because that's the fastest way to chew through their hit points. Sometimes focus fire is the best tactic. Sometimes spreading yourself a bit thinner with AoE is more useful. And then...
Confidence surges as
lovely. Grape Shot Blast takes one of them out. So these 2 at the back now are within 1 turn each of just, yeah, that happening. The Blight just taking them out.
This is how a life is taken.
We'll embolden ourselves further. Oof.
Exposed to a killing blow.
That's not great. That causes some stress on our side. So we'll smite him.
Is broken. Maintain the offensive.
We may as well just stun him.
The slow death.
Not that it mattered. Came around to his turn and he just expired. So we're done, but we're going to check out this chest. It doesn't say it's locked. But I think using a key on those gives bonus loot, because it usually says you find a hidden compartment. But that's it. That was our first foray into the dungeons. Not necessarily the darkest dungeon, but... as is evident by the cultists and skeletons, something has gone very awry in this estate. We've collected a lot of heirlooms. Okay, so... Second Wind is okay. It's not the greatest trait ever. Nymphomania. This guy will stress heal more if he's given a whore. I mean, that's the highwayman for you. And our Plague Doctor has increased evasion. That's nice. Dodge is fairly important. So, actually, if you're looking for more information on that dream, we're about to go back to the hamlet, and I will explain exactly what that mechanic is, because it's not a piss take.
Banners fly, and the corpse wagons stand at the ready.
So yes, there are severe negative quirks.
Come to town.
You're scared. Well, don't be. Alright, so we go to the tavern.
Fresh kegs, cards, and curtained rooms promise solace to the weary and broken alike.
And if a character is stressed, there is a certain price for sending them to either the bar, they can drink their cares away, the gambling hall, where, you know, they gamble for a while, or the brothel, where they are brotheled to be less stressed. And obviously... so, of course for a highwayman, Dismas over here is a known cheat, so he is not allowed to gamble. So if I try and put him in the gambling hall, yeah, he's not allowed, because he's a fucking cheat, because that's one of his quirks. But because he's a nymphomaniac, if put in the brothel, he will get bonus stress recovery. Not that he necessarily needs it, being that he only has 3 boxes of stress filled at this point. It's mostly Gumbolt over here that we need to deal with in terms of stress.
The cobwebs have been dusted, the pews set straight.
And similarly,
the Abbey calls to the faithful.
There is the Abbey, where there is a cloister where you can set someone to meditate, the transept where they can pray, and the penance hall where they whip themselves. Bonus stress recovery, that is exactly what that perk does. It gives you bonus stress recovery. So I think, more logically, well, I would send him to there, but I'm going to just send our Plague Doctor to the bar to relieve some stress. Because he needs some stress relief, he doesn't necessarily need the highest level. And then I want to click the stagecoach and see what's going on there. So we've got a man-at-arms and a leper.
Youth may be spent, but his eyes hold the secrets of 100 campaigns.
So the man-at-arms is your handy-dandy tank kind of dude. This is much more the frontliner, I'm good at taking damage sort of character, as I understand it. And the leper, despite using a two-handed sword, is pretty similar. Like, he's a, I would say, tank character, but he's got a lot of skills that are just, I don't know how to put it. He's got a couple of pretty heavy damage attacks. So he's got Chop, which targets one thing, and Hew, which targets both things at the front. So the first 2 positions at the same time, which is great AoE, with the unfortunate problem of bad accuracy. So he's not a very accurate character, but his moves are great when they hit. Then we've got load of debuffs. He's got Withstand, which is nice. That's our basket character? Okay. Basketville. Perfect. Alright, so Basket has additional bleed resist. He refuses to drink. Well, that's not right. And he's obsessed with the acquisition of knowledge. And yeah, this guy is deadly, so he's got increased crit. He's good in the Warrens, and he's obsessed with the paranormal, which means if we come across a curio that is paranormal, without my choice, he might just loot it. He might just automatically be like, I'm gonna check this out, whether you like it or not. Not always good. Right. So there's one problem trait. Kleptomaniac. And that's this guy. Prone to stealing items. I hate this trait. Because it will mean we'll come across something, this character will loot it without my request, and then the loot won't go to the party. They'll just fucking keep it. Which means I am not going to field this hero until I can deal with them being a kleptomaniac. And the way that's dealt with is in the sanitarium, which apparently I don't have access to. But I'm told this is our Niles character, so that's a Nillo. Let's see, do I have any items that are... So I've got a health stone which reduces something's speed, increases its max HP. I think I'm going to sell that rather than keep hold of it, because we could use the cash. We haven't unlocked the blacksmith or the guild. So I think... Ah, this guy is additionally stressed if the torch is well lit. Well, that's not great. But he's great in the Warrens. He's got 2 buffs for the Warrens. Okay. So he would be great in the Warrens, but we only have the choice of going to the ruins. Okay, so this is not ideal, but we're gonna take on a skirmish. We are not fielding this guy. We're gonna take Uri. I think... Yeah, you could do with being moved back a space. And then we're gonna field Basketville. You can either go in slot 1 or 2. You can go in slot 1 or 2. You can go in slot 2 or 3. So, the way this works with the preferred positions and preferred targets is if one of these orbs has no light in it whatsoever, none of their skills aim at that position. If it's fully lit, then they aim at that position. So preferred target means this guy is great at shooting the second target in the row, but not so good at attacking anywhere else, which isn't necessarily true. He's got a couple of different abilities which are mixed around, but target position 2, he can use nearly all of his abilities on position 2 of the enemy team, but only from position 2 or 3 on our team, which is the middle 2. And this is the same for all heroes. They have preferred positions and preferred targets. Alright. And we're going to take on another short mission. So, I believe last time I've taken 6 of these. I actually found one last time, so I'm going to take 8 to be sure. I'm still going to take 8 food. I'm going to take 2 shovels. I actually don't know what Laudanum does. I know it's an item in Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and I'm pretty sure it's just liquid cocaine. But I'm guessing it would reduce stress, being the way it's worded. But we're going to invade the ruins again. And this is pretty much the loop of the game, is trying to upgrade your hamlet, upgrade your heroes, deal with any negative quirks they get, level them up, and just... like any Dungeons and Dragons sort of experience, progress, basically, by getting stronger.
Than the seat of our noble line.
So, this is saying we can right-click on our heroes and see what's up with them while we're mid-mission, which is fair enough. We get a lot of detail. For example, the apprentice highwayman here is very stun resistant, which is interesting. So he's got a quirk, and his resolve level increases level of stun, which is nice that when you hover over it, it'll tell you what the sources of this are. Okay, so room battles are not the battles that are between rooms, but the ones that actually start in the big squares. So we're going to have to pretty much search everywhere. Oh no. Alright, so nothing happened, but his quirk meant he absolutely needed to know what was going on there. I didn't activate that. Which can be a little annoying. Alright, so we surprised the enemy. That's good. I'm going to take a pistol shot at the Bone Courtier. Because these guys, with the stupid little goblet they're holding, will just spill black wine over party members and increase their stress. They just directly target the stress of a party member, which I've previously said is not great. We're going to hew these front two guys, which I was lucky enough that it hit. And it has placed Blight on them, which is lovely jubbly. And then they're destroyed by the Zealous Accusation, so we're...
them all.
Bugger. So yeah, he's just stacking stress on our team. Oh, and he gets to go again before I get a turn. Of course. Well, shoot him in the face. Yeah, fuck you.
Another one falls.
I never miss my arse. You don't have 100% accuracy, you do miss. Okay, and we're going to try and heal up our leper. So I believe I can use Inspiring Cry, which just takes the edge off a character's stress. It doesn't reduce it by much, but it's a something. And similarly, Solemnity can do that.
A momentary abatement.
Here for him. Yeah. And then, if you notice, one of them said, if we tarry, surely more will come. That's the game going, there's only one guy left, and you're now using mostly healing abilities. I see what you're doing. If you do it for much longer, I will spawn more enemies. So, we're not going to fuck around too much more than that. I am gonna... Oh, bollocks. Ugh. So that healed for 2, and put a bleed on him for 3 turns that's gonna do 1 damage. So it's a net loss of 1 health. Fantastic. The problem is, I am gonna struggle to actually get at that guy, because until these 2 corpses fade away, my frontliners that deal most of the damage can't reach them. So I'm really relying on my highwayman here. Yep, and there we go. I fucked around for too long. Reinforcements. So can I Grape Shot Blast? Wasn't enough to take him out. Well, that's very frustrating. Can I kill him with a vulnerability hex? I can! He was hexed to death.
Blossoms.
But that's alright, to be honest, because these guys, they're not really that scary. And getting my Highwayman stress down is kind of priority number 1. So I'm fucking around a bit here, trying to...
And purpose is made clear.
There we go. Alright, he resisted the bleed that time, that's good.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay, I will take that 6 damage, that is not a problem. Probably fix that up with a Solemnity, that gets his stress nice and low. And I was expecting to finish the fight with that smite, but evidently didn't make it. There's a good heal, finally. Pistol shot, maybe?
Confidence
Perfect.
surges as the enemy crumbles.
So yeah, we ended that fight a bit better than when we started it.
Victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Takes quite a bit of knowing the skills and
Packs laden with loot,
figuring out
often
what
low on
combinations work.
supplies.
Because sometimes just winning a fight isn't going to get you through the dungeon. You need to win a fight generally in a way that leaves you better than when you started it. Because some fights you just, like, they go badly. So you need to be at your best in case you encounter something that's just there to eat your face. Let's stack up these torches. Do I want to dick with these books? I think I do, but I'm going to ask the occultist to do it. He now has the Eagle Eye. Is that good or bad? It's good. He's gained a 5% crit with range skills. Are all of his skills ranged? Does it actually say so? Yes, it does. So Vulnerability Hex is ranged, Hands from the Abyss is ranged, and Demon's Pull is ranged. All of his abilities are ranged, so that's just a straight up upgrade for him. And then, of course, we've got our little trap on the floor here, which, as usual, our Highwayman is the only one able to disarm. And thankfully, because he did, it reduces his stress. Because when you're succeeding at something in a dungeon, you're less worried about how it's going. Alright, so we're going to have to double back here, because we needed to explore to that room just to make sure there was no room battle. But now I'm going to head to the south, and it says there's a room battle there with a treasure, because I'm hovering over it. Do we want to check this crate? I think so. It was empty. Well, bugger. Oh. I've disarmed 2 traps already, game. I don't need a prompt on how to disarm traps. Thank you for the heads up, though. And thankfully our Highwayman's stress is really dropping. I wish I had a Plague Doctor. Oh no.
Glittering gold.
Okay.
Trinkets and baubles.
Not the worst thing that could have happened. Okay, this... Oh, they're surprised, thank goodness. This looks like it could be bad, so we're going to Demon Pull this chick to the front. And then, as quick as we can, fucking get rid of her. Oh!
Annihilated.
That was the meatiest crit I've ever seen from a level 0 character. Holy fuck. 28! She had 13 maximum hit points. He split her in half. That's not how I meant that. Basket's MVP of this dungeon so far. Right, well, we'll continue the Demon Pull action, and we'll fail to move him. Well, bugger. Alright, well then we'll cut our Cultist Brawler, because he's got flesh and blood, we'll bleed him, and then he dies.
By inches.
Oh, perfect then. As far as I know, because he didn't leave a corpse there, if you kill someone with the damage over time effect, they don't leave a corpse. I'm not actually sure why, but that just seems to be the way it works. Let's see what we can do with a Hue. 5 and 9 and Blight. Very powerful. I'm going to smite the Bone Defender. And then finish them both with the Grape Shot Blast. I'm getting very... I don't know if I'm just noticing it, but I feel like I'm getting very lucky on the shots. And of course the chest is trapped. So now we've got some bleed effects on. And as we move, those effects are going to continue ticking. Even though we're out of combat, we'll move a certain distance and there we go, they take damage. Eating's gonna restore a bit of that. I'm gonna keep the torchlight up. But I don't want to overuse torches. Because they restore 25 light. I don't want to use them unless I'm under... I believe it would be 75. Everyone's getting a bit stressed, to be honest. Oh, that's because I forgot to use the shovel. I had one, and I just didn't think to use it. I pressed the prompt, and everyone lost a bit of health and got stressed because I forced them to dig through the rubble without shovels, despite the fact that we have them. Apparently, I'm a terrible party lead. Okay. This is going to be bad. We've got 2 of these guys stressing our party out. And I cannot get rid of them particularly fast. Like a true sadist, yep, that is me. So... I'm going to... Lovely. I think the way to go is to just try and... Yeah.
Executed with impunity.
We're going to try and wipe out the front lines as quick as we can. Use Inspiring Cry to calm down some stress. Oh, that's not good. That's going to add way more stress than I just calmed down. And we need another Demon's Full. We need to get this guy in front of those corpses. Perfect. And then I've got to stab him. Job done. Alright. Rest of the battle should not be a problem. I probably will want it to go on a little bit longer. Because I want to use all of my buff abilities to just chop a bit of the stress down. And I want a couple of weird reconstructions on this guy to just get his health back up before we keep going. Hit him with a tracking shot, which marks him. Can I... Yeah. So, that's sort of the taunt ability, but enemies also use it too and gain abilities off it, the marked ability, so it can be a bit of a double-edged sword.
The light, the promise of safety.
And they're complaining that I'm not finishing the fight quickly enough, so there we are. We tarried a bit, but not long enough for reinforcements to show up.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. And I apparently had not scouted or did not see a trap, which is not great, because now our frontliner is both very stressed and very wounded. The game is calling you out. Yep, that will happen. Oh, balls. I was surprised. So my party composition now is fucking awful. So I'm going to use what abilities I can. Good. Baskets is not very stressed, so he can take a hit or 2.
Back to the pit.
Need to heal this guy. Good. Our highwayman's got great evasion. Oh, our crusader not so great evasion, but he's doing a good job. Oh, but he's... Okay. So he's maximum stressed. And that's very good. So when someone reaches maximum stress,
Unleash it.
they will either get a negative trait for the rest of the combat, where they will just stress everyone else out because they are literally going insane, or they will become virtuous, and this is fucking awesome. Because it doesn't happen very often, but when they do, they've reached a point of stress where they've realised, we're all going to die if I don't step up and really serve as the backbone of the party here. So they are now conveying stat bonuses and just generally pep talking the rest of the party, trying to hold everything together.
Be gone, fiend.
Which has worked out fantastically, to be honest. A lot of dodges going on. Now, if I move my highwayman forward, unfortunately, it puts my crusader backwards, and that's no good. I can, however, move my occultist backwards, and that will move my crusader forwards. And now he can start hammering stuff. Should be good enough. Ooh, a lovely crit on weird reconstruction, so that's fully healed him. And there we are.
Success so clearly in view.
So a sarcophagus. If we use holy water on a sarcophagus, will that help us? The item had no effect. Well, balls. We'll open it up and find hidden treasures, though, so that's nice. But we're doing so well, and because he hit Virtuous and now has the powerful buff, I'm considering that, well, there's another room. So I may as well keep exploring. Especially as I didn't use all those bloody shovels. Although that is all the food now. So, what do we got? Is there nothing in the last room? Nothing at all. Okay. So I'm going to head back. There's one little side passage here with a couple of curios in it. Just going to see what the curios are, see if there's any loot in them, and then we'll head back. Because if an adventure's going this well, you may as well squeeze everything out of it that you can. Oh dear. We've run out of food.
Hunger sets in,
Now we're taking
turning
stress
the body
damage.
against itself.
Didn't expect them to be hungry so soon after the last. But there we are. Occasionally it just happens that way. It seems to be a bit random. I would rather it be a bit more, like, structured, but... And there we are. Okay, so he read the book and just got freaked out by it. An altar of light. And that just gave us a buff. Okay, there's a room battle. Not a room battle, sorry, this is a encounter. I believe they are technically different for completing quests. So there is a definition. Distinction, even. It looks like they all have 7 HP.
A Another abomination.
So they're not that
cleansed
hard
from
to
our
wallop.
lands.
Was a good heal. The leper being able to heal himself is very useful.
Great is the weapon that cuts
And
on
the
its
bleed
own.
finishes them off. We got a couple of things, but not... Why did he say halt? Not all that much, and I believe we've cleared everything out now. We've searched all the passages, we've searched all the rooms. So we can just return to our hamlet.
Gnomes return to rest. Devils remanded to their abyss.
And we'll see what our party members get. An unquiet mind, so he can't meditate. Not the worst, there are other ways to relieve stress. Claustrophobia. Basketville is scared of enclosed spaces. I don't know what that means. And they're ruins phobe, so now Dismas, if he goes to the ruins, is extra stressed out. So all negative traits. Lovely, perfect, fantastic. And that's just somehow my luck.
Though long years may seek to separate them, action and consequence will invariably have their dreadful reunion.
Okay, so clouds of mosquitoes and other pests have started descending upon the hamlet. I don't know what that's about yet. Ah, and here's the other thing that can happen. Our plague doctor here is question mark. They are absent. We left them in the tavern to relieve their stress. They're fucked off somewhere. Don't know where. They're just gone. So let's see what we've got on the stagecoach. Ran off with a lady. Possibly. We've got a shield breaker who is... I believe they're a DLC hero. I don't like them that much. They're interesting because they've got a lot of abilities that move them back and forward within your formation. But that means they end up messing up your formation more than anything else. They're very powerful abilities that move them back and forwards, but I don't like them. Another hero that I can't get on with, the Jester. Love the design. I think he looks really fucking cool, but I can't get on with any of his abilities. That may be different, being that I've got that rebalancing mod running. But when I tried him the first time, I really struggled. You know what? He can stay. And then we've got the Arbalist. The Arbalist is a very backline hero. I like them very much, to be honest. They're very useful. But let's see. We've got a Ruins Tactician and a Precise Striker, which is increased crit with melee skills. And they're a backliner. Yeah, the Jester's my character? Yes, well, we won't be taking any Jesters along, so I will not have a character. This is a really terrible set of quirks for an Arbalist, because they don't have any melee skills. They're all ranged, every single one of them. They've got all ranged skills and then one Battlefield Bandage, which is a heal. However, being that we don't have any other Arbalist, I am going to take them along.
Shoot, bandage, and pillage. The dancing steps of war.
So now we have access to the
bellows
blacksmith.
blast once again. The forge stands ready to make weapons of war.
We have access to the guild,
Make no mistake,
which means we can train
we
different
will
abilities.
face ever greater threats. Our soldiers must be ready.
We've got access to the graveyard, which just shows us what
Most
characters
will
we
end up
have
here,
that have
covered
died.
in the poisoned earth, awaiting merciful oblivion. In time, you will know the tragic extent.
And we
of
don't
our
have access to the
failings.
sanitarium, which is very annoying because that's what we need. But okay, let's have a look. What? We still don't have access to the Warrens. Where can we go? Are there any things that we need? I don't want to equip the Crusader with something that lowers their... Oh, an antiquarian medallion, which means they receive more healing. I don't have an antiquarian. A Baron's Invitation, spoopy. A Bounty Hunter, that's interesting. Activate 3 Thronging Hives. Or complete run battles, and that's a Knight's Crest for the Crusader, which increases his maximum HP, and unlike most items in this game, doesn't have a drawback, so we are definitely going for that first. Now the question is, the heroes we've got, are they too stressed? 50% stress is actually quite a lot. So do we have enough non-stressed heroes? Not really. But I am going to drop the Occultist. Where's our Crusader? Uri. And our Crusader. I'm going to leave Basketville in. I'm going to put our Arbalist at the back. And I'm going to throw in our Man-at-Arms. So these are going to be on... This is going to be our new team. So now that I've established that this is our team, I'm going to go back to the Hamlet and the Blacksmith. And... they have not leveled up enough to be equipped with new weapons and items. So that's a real bugger, because upgrading the weapons of your and armor of your hero, it's one of the best things to do with your gold, because it's just a flat upgrade. Or is it that we don't have weaponsmithing level 1? No, it is that our hero's resolve isn't 1. Although Basketville is. So yes, we can upgrade his heavy executioner, and then if we get armor smithing up,
fan the flames,
we can upgrade his armor as well. And I'm assuming the same for Dismas, yeah. So they're just straight up stronger now. They do more damage, they have better dodge, they have more HP. That is very good news. And then we're leaving 2 heroes that still have stress in the village. So, okay, what's your... In town will only gamble. Well, that's bad, but not the worst. Because we can do that. And then, what else do we have? Uri. You will not meditate, but you will drink. Perfect. So now they should be managing their stress between adventures. And we've got a Plague Doctor item, which increases stun chance. Again, don't think we really need it. We definitely do need the money. Money is very, very important. Here's another reason why. So, now we've unlocked the guild. We can unlock other abilities. So, are there any abilities I would like to change to? I don't think so. I think Dismas's Highwayman abilities are pretty good. However, if you... Well, we do have the required portraits and crests, so we'll upgrade the Instructor Mastery.
Every creature has a
and we can increase the rank of these skills,
the wise hero trains for what he will face.
So this one straight away, 5% increased accuracy. That's amazing. Anything that can just tilt the scales away from losing a turn because you've missed something, fantastic. Same for this, yep, increased accuracy. That is a lot of information, and I'm struggling to... Yep, increased accuracy, and... That one doesn't seem to have... Oh yeah, no. Increased accuracy, so that's very important. I assume Basketville can... Yep. Benefit from the same, but also we're going to drop Withstand and we're going to buy Intimidate. So he's got an additional skill now, so we can turn off Withstand and turn on Intimidate. So this means while he is our frontline guy, he can only do this while right at the front, he marks himself, increases his own speed, but attacks everyone in their row. It reduces his base damage, bypasses stealth. Great ability. It just means that... I mean, I'll try it out and we'll see, but it's one of those abilities that pretty much is why I love the Leper as the de facto tank, because they draw in aggro to themselves, and then they've got stuff like this Solemnity, which if they're drawing a lot of fire, they can just take their turn to heal, or they can dish out a shit ton of damage. It depends. They fill a lot of roles. But that means we want Basketville at the front. And then we've got this guy, who, weirdly enough, despite being a man-at-arms, a guy with a shield, he's more of a support character than he looks. He's got a lot of things that, like this, for example, Defender, if you place it on an ally, he will protect that ally. But then, obviously, the debuff on himself is he does 30% less damage. And I believe the way protection works is that if an enemy targets them, he will jump in the way. So he'll do the full bodyguard, the dive, the no, everything. And then we've got Bellow, which is another sort of debuff. So it reduces the enemy's dodge, speed, and if you mark them, it seems that it increases your crit chance against them. So that's just a nice thing, because he can mark them with command. And then he's just got a regular old melee attack, but he can do it from the third in the row, which is very far back for a melee character. Usually melee characters can only swing from the first two spots, so he's quite valuable from the fact that he can be almost anywhere in my row and still be an effective and useful guy. Alright, and we are... Quest is dangerous and longer than usual. Hold on, is it? It's a short apprentice quest. I'm pretty sure short and apprentice is as low as it goes. So it's not dangerous or longer than usual. I don't know what the fuck the game is talking about. It's one of the easiest quests we've got. Unless I was clicked on the wrong one. So we're going to go for 8 food. We will take a couple of shovels and 8 torches. I believe that's the standard. Famous last words? Yeah, well, it's, especially in Darkest Dungeon, very possible that we just have a bad time in a dungeon and just need to run away and leave. It has happened. It's going fairly well right now, but I know that I have the Crimson Court DLC enabled, and I've never touched the Crimson Court in terms of content, so that's all going to be completely new to me. And
Corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from these groves. Let us burn out this evil.
I've heard that the Crimson Court actually makes the game a lot more difficult. Alright, so we've got a gravestone here. And there. Don't necessarily want to touch those, but there we go. Immediately we've got a character going, I can't leave that alone. And he has blighted himself. Fantastic. Well, okay. Well, when we get back to... Or can I rename him now? When we get back to town, I will rename the man-at-arms to Carl. For now, though, we're going to kill some bloody spiders. So our Arbalest can actually cure Blight right up. Which is one of the reasons I think they're great. They're kind of a backline... Like, they've got damage as their primary thing, but they're a fairly good medic. Oh, balls, he missed. Well, let's rely on baskets here. I was about to say he could probably kill them both in a single hue. I'm actually going to have him doing Solemnity and trying to reduce his stress, because he is so high on the stress meter. Wow, he took no damage from that. that the stress is actually causing more of a problem than anything else. Good old grape shot blast. They really want to go for my arbalist. Let's give him a bellow. Little bit of damage, mostly debuff. We'll keep up little solemnity on baskets. We're just going to try and drop his stress as low as it will go.
Be gone, fiend.
And I'll put Defender on the Arbalest at this point because they're getting beat up and I don't like it. Oh yes, and that activates a riposte. So now, yeah, when it goes for the Arbalest, it actually hits him and he hits back. So that's that little 1-2 combo. If a party member's getting beaten on, he will just step in and give them the smackdown. But unfortunately, now we're out of battle. I wish I could ask them to use Battlefield Bandage, but they just apparently won't. Unless there's something attacking them, they won't pull out their bandages and bandage themselves or party members. Makes total sense. We've got a nice free torch. Well, what do we have here? It's an unburned torch. Oh, some goops. Well, let's just get rid of these as fast as we can. You know what?
Another abomination.
Bloody hell.
From our lands.
We will Battlefield Bandage
The
yourself.
wounds of war can be healed,
And then
never hidden.
we don't want our highwayman being attacked by this chick because it will induce stress. So we're going to guard the highwayman. And she goes straight for him. Which means, exactly as I predicted, because he was the most stressed and the AI is reasonably smart, they go, the target's weak, I'm going to go for that. But that gives us... oh, bollocks, a miss. It means that I'm at least guarding him from gaining any more stress. And Baskets is not someone to be pushed around. But I'm going to take the sniper shot here, yeah.
Disadvantage. Give them no quarter.
Not terribly high damage off the Arbalest there.
Be wary.
Gotta say, I expected that to
a dizzying
hit a bit harder. Ah, it's increased damage against marked targets, so they're... okay. And I don't have a way of marking a target with the Arbalest, so it's got to be the man-at-arms that marks something and then the Arbalest can take it out. So I've got to keep that interaction in mind. We've got a eerie spiderweb here, so who could risk reaching their hand into it? There were treasures in there. Good job, Baskets. We're heading back the way we came. So we've got to complete all the room battles. We've got to search all the rooms to do that. Because otherwise we get all the way to the other end of the map and go, oh bollocks, there was a room battle. We didn't check it out. Now we've got to trudge all the way through the dungeon. And of course, because we're going past a gravesite, Baskets can't leave the graves alone. And now has vertigo disease. And vertigo gives you... oh... that is really bad. Because we don't like our leper being pushed around. We really like him being in position number 1. And now, he's only got a 30% chance of resisting being pushed, whereas before he had a 70% chance. Not ideal.
glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Oh, good. Basically maggots. Right, let's try and go for the... Oh, no, they are low health. Alright. Start with a grape shot. That hasn't worked out. We'll go for an intimidate. Let's get the debuffs on them. A bellow. Again, more debuffs, a little bit of AoE damage. And then... Okay, that's boosted our speed and accuracy. Alright. Sometimes I have to use a move to really figure out what it does. The descriptions are there, but it's sometimes informational overload. So we will yell at these maggots until they die. You know what, I'm gonna have our Arbalest just top her health up. Another intimidate.
Their formation
there we go.
is broken. Maintain the offensive.
And an open vein should finish it.
Executed with impunity.
There we go, lovely. We'll use our
Nature
shovel.
herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
Malformed with misintent. Don't know who misintent is. Is it a locked chest? It's a left luggage.
A fortune
With valuables
waiting
inside.
to be spent.
Ooh. So, I don't necessarily like health stones. They reduce a character's speed, and when you reduce someone's speed, they take turns less in combat. More health is nice, but the reason I'm going to equip this onto Basket is because that way it doesn't take up an inventory slot. Oh, and these mushrooms, I believe, are a trap. So, even though it's mushrooms, our Highwayman is still our best anti-trap person. So that's taken off another little bit of stress. Keep the torch up. And a full ectoplasm battle. Interesting. Okay, we'll start with... shit. Alright. A blind fire, then.
Back to the pit.
Wow. One and done. Well, maybe if we can hew the front two, this will be over. No, that's a miss. Damn it, baskets. Who do we not want getting hit? Everyone can take a hit at this point, so we're just gonna mark that guy. Oh, which boosts the team's accuracy. Oh, balls. Okay, that's not great. But now we can sniper shot him.
As the fiend falls,
Because he was marked,
a faint
tons of
hope
damage.
blossoms.
But we need to... 60% resist to bleeds. Oof. We still need to start wearing down this big front guy. Well, thank God he dodged. No damage, but spawns another one. Bollocks. Okay. Command on the big guy, then. We need it marked. You...
Well struck.
Okay. Hewing the first two. So, if we... Ah! So the Highwayman can also mark targets. Okay. Well, that gives us a couple of different ways to mark targets. That's useful. So now the Arbalest has got a couple of things she can sniper shot at.
The blood quickens.
And do I want to intimidate them? I think I do.
Continue the onslaught.
Took out the bloke at the front and the back.
Destroy
Lovely.
them all.
So now we've just got to crunch our big boy, and that is goodnight, Irene.
Success so clearly in view.
A map of the area found inside the
Or is
tent.
it merely
Oh good, that gives
a
us free
trick of the
scouting.
light?
And we've got a room battle with a Shredder and just a battle. Okay, so 2 main battles to go. And we are donezo. Try and ignore that grave. So this will be a battle. Oh, ectoplasm and cultists. Alright. Not good. So we'll mark you. And his push resistance is way down, so he gets flung to the back. Not what I want. But we can snipe a shot and just take her the fuck out. So just get rid. And then if we command, she's marked, we're buffed. I will move Basketville forwards. For some reason, some party members, they can move 2 places. He can only move 1. I'm not sure why that is, if it's a forward-backward thing or what. But now... yeah, so now that they're marked, not only does the Arbalest do more damage, but he does slightly more damage as well. So he missed. Well, that's no damage at all. But we're gonna see that the Arbalest is taking a couple of hits, so I'm gonna put the defend on them. And Baskets just gets pushed right to the back. He's never gonna make it to the front now. Well, that's not a one and done. All he can do is... he's got no moves that work from the back. All he can do is try and move forwards. Thankfully, our man-at-arms is doing a lot of damage just by riposting, which is nice. So that works if they target the Arbalest or if they target him. So it means half of our team, if they attack them, they will be attacked in return, which is kind of awesome. We're going to try and Grape Shot.
Impressive.
Lovely. And then if I can hit her with a Crush, perfect, battle over. That gives us a little bit more food.
As victories mount,
And we can
so too will resistance.
reorder ourselves. That's an heirloom chest, let's try it out. Couple more bits, that's good. Alright, so what... yeah, that... I simply must know what's within. Well, it's an animal carcass, so... he nearly got diseased again, but thankfully was resistant. And because he's a leper, his disease resistance is 20%. It's not good. So that was very unlikely. A 2 in 10 chance that he would have resisted that. Alright, so we've surprised our foes. And murdered one of them immediately. Try and bandage up our frontliners. Just going to kill a bit of time here. Hopefully I can get a second bandage off on... oh, that's not so good. Because after he's been bandaged once, his healing received is increased, so this next bandage should pop him to full. Lovely. Nearly. But then our Arbalest is taking damage that we just can't afford, so I'm ending it there.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay, doggos. Yes, bandaging can reduce bleeding. Generally, not the biggest deal in the world, though, so we're going to hit him with a Grape Shot Blast. Lovely. 12 damage total. A good hit. So, what do we need to do? Gonna pop a Warding Flare, which increases our accuracy. And these things, I think dodge is their best defense, so that's going to help us out. I'm going to bellow at them, which again reduces their ability to dodge. So I'm just trying to steer us towards being able to hit them. And then that's a lovely, lovely hammer blow. And then I'm going to put a defender on our Arbalest, because I can't afford them taking any more damage. And they can bandage themselves. Ooh.
A decisive pummeling.
Another very effective Grape Shot. And because you've gone for that target, you got smacked.
This expedition at least promises success.
Is there any reason to continue? I'm just going to check the map. No, I pretty much picked the place clean. We're going back to the hamlet.
The agents of pestilence will yet be driven from our woods.
So we got some money, we got more heirlooms, which are always good for upgrading the hamlet. Let's see what resolve level up. Okay, good. So someone got to resolve level 2. Dismas got to resolve level 2. This is just XP. This is character level, much like in D&D. Oh, well, balls. So now Basket is not both plagued and a dud hitter. So reduced crit if he's below 50% HP. Carl believes that they're possessed by demons, but is also a manslayer. Eyebrow waggle. And Rassant has a natural swing, so their accuracy is increased.
She has paid dearly for her freedom. That deserves better than this place.
And the sanitarium is finally unlocked. Thank God for that. So now, there's the treatment ward. I can pay 5,000 gold, which I hate because it's a locked-in skill. But I can treat Nilo so he is no longer a fucking kleptomaniac. Which means I would then be able to use him as a hero again. Because I just can't use kleptomaniacs. They are no good to me. And as for Baskets, he needs to get his vertigo cured. But that's what makes him Nilo. We will still have to accept that Nilo is Nilo, even if he's not stealing all of our loot. And if we need to rename him, then so be it. But we were going to make this one our Carl. Perfect. And then what have we got in the stagecoach? Okay, so we have a Houndmaster. This is an interesting class. It has a dog. It mostly attacks with the dog. So he is a Meditator and a Warren's Explorer. He doesn't heal from stress very easily and gets more stresses if his HP is low. Well, that... Do you think this should be Blaze then? Because he seems to me like he's got very bad quirks. He's a very bad hero. So true. What the fuck? Why am I being called out here? He's got Blackjack, Lick Wounds, which is a self-heal that cures status effects. And then a couple... Okay, I will take... We'll call this... Blaze and SMD. Blaze is the guy, SMD's the dog. And then we've got the Hellion.
Faithful beast.
This is a really cool hero. They're like a...
And bloodshed.
A badass barbarian. I don't know why they're a chick, and there's no male variant. So, they're cool, but they only come in woman form. So I think they're meant to be an evasion sort of barbarian, and they have dipsomania, which is craving for alcohol, increased melee skills, which they are, and reduced armor cost. So this is a very good set of quirks. The negative quirk isn't that bad. The positive quirks are all applicable for the hero. So we are taking Montificate here. I don't know what we should call them, but we are definitely taking them along.
And unrelenting savagery make for a powerful ally.
And then, not the guild, sorry, we're going to go to the blacksmith, and the heroes that have earned apprentice level 1, they get their upgrades. If they get there, they get them, because they're just a better hero after that. Although that has burned through most of my money. So, I believe baskets add a health stone. We're going to pull that off and we're going to sell it. Good lord, baskets, you have some shit quirks, don't you? Which, considering he was my MVP hero, it just shows that quirks aren't everything. But that has ruined my money. Is there anyone... So, our Plague Doctor didn't get his upgrades, and now I can't afford them, so he's just shit out of luck. But, we can always... I was going to say we can always go back in. I now don't have enough money for provisions. That's very bad, and I don't think anyone has any items I want to sell. I have one item left, and it's the Knight's Crest. And it's one of the only items in the game that actually is just a purely positive thing. So I don't necessarily want to just ditch it. It's a good 4 extra HP. So I've shot myself in the foot here. How are we going to... Okay. Interesting. So this Heartburst Hood seems to be appearing, yeah, in multiple places. So whether we go to the cove or we continue exploring the ruins, the Heartburst Hood is showing up. What do we need more? I think portraits are the thing we need more than anything else. So is there any... Okay, this one is offering us portraits. This is offering us busts. So let's go to the Warrens. Do we have anyone that's a Warrens explorer? Aha! That's our Crusader. He is Warren's Tactician and Warren's Scrounger, so that's 2 pluses. As for our stress, Carl isn't that badly stressed. He could do with chilling out a bit. Basket's actually reduced his stress. But I wonder, can you... Yeah, okay. You can go in position 2. Where's our... Dismas is pretty stressed, so if I drop him out, who could go in? Can our Hound go in? Oh yeah? You can go in most positions, actually. The only one... Okay. So Blaze and SMD can go in. And then... Our Arbalest isn't that badly stressed. So alright, this should go okay. I need at least 4 food. And then I can't afford anything else. Fuck. Then that'll have to be it. You haven't purchased much food. It is recommended to take at least 8. I can't afford 8. I can afford 5. So that's what we get. Prepare to die. Yes, that's... It's not going to be great. Health hasn't been the big issue, because I haven't come across many quests that have drained my health too badly.
Down there in the dark. But perhaps we can slay them even faster.
And I also haven't been able to buy any torches, so when I... Oof, that's a trap. Okay, so I'm our trap disarm guy. And I immediately fuck it up. Perfect. What's in the books? An old journal entry.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Blood.
Alright, so let's try out our heroes and their new abilities. Or just get shot. That's fine. Okay, so... I'm going to bandage our doggo user. And I'm going to use Hound's Harry. And they're all going to dodge it, and it's going to be fucking useless. Well. And we'll start with an if it bleeds and go for the guy at the back. Because this is one of the things that I find this character very useful for. She's melee, she's high damage, she's not very tanky, but she's got a fairly high dodge chance. However, her thing is, she can attack, like, position 3 with melee. Which is very unusual, especially for a melee with high damage. And especially with melee with high damage that also bleeds a target. Very useful. Our Hound guy is getting just... destroyed. So I'm gonna Bulwark of Faith, which marks me but also activates Riposte. Her spear is just really long. That's actually a halberd. So that
Confidence surges.
oh, perfect. He riposted because it was an AoE, and that's another riposte. Lovely. So a halberd is sort of a cross between a spear and a very big axe. Okay, so we're going to lick wounds. Yep, hug doggo, and that cures bleeding and restores health. And then maybe we'll throw another if it bleeds on. And then... yeah, a bit more healing.
A momentary abatement.
Okay, so his health is mostly back. And we can just smite. Or we don't smite. We miss. Well, his riposte is still going. Another heal, though. Ooh, a crit. Using the Arbalist mostly as a heal bot. Oof. That was not great. Yeah, I love that riposte. I should use that ability a lot more. And then just Hound's Rush. There we go, perfect. Okay.
Victory.
Not a perfect battle, but a victory. Much like the voiceover guy said. And I've walked into another bloody trap.
Will find no clemency in this place.
Pile of bones. What we got? Bloodthirsty. Fascinated with injury, wounds, and torture. Okay then. I've got another trap here, which I'm going to try and disarm. And failed again, with an 80% chance I failed to disarm a trap twice.
Unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Yep, the light is fading and I can do bugger all about it. I can, however, eat food. And this is a battle, and our Hound guy is already very low health. So he's going to have to start by licking his own wounds. And getting bandaged. So basically, he's just soaking up our team's turns with no... Don't worry about the dark, guys. I got Twinkies. I don't know how Twinkies help in the dark. Oof! Alright, so our Hound guy is now at death's door. So being reduced to 0 HP puts you at death's door. There are stat penalties, and they need healing. Also, what happened behind the scenes there was he reached max stress and became afflicted, which is the opposite of the heroic one that we got last time. So he is now just a burden to the party. He is fearful. So he's going to stress out the rest of the party horribly. And also, if it gets back round to his turn and I can't throw a heal on him, he might just die to the blight. So if this is a me hero, he's fucking useless and is nearly dead. I'm going to throw on a Bulwark of Faith and hope that they will target our frontliner. They do not. And they've killed Blazon SMD. That's him out. He is done. So yeah, he's toast now. End of. He was not a very good character, and I wish he'd lasted longer than that. But honestly, he was pretty trash. Had no health to speak of, and just died, mostly being a burden to the party. I'm so glad that was the character named after me.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out a blind fire.
Eradicated.
Lovely. And then hopefully we can finish this one in a couple of hits.
As
Yep, there we are.
Falls, a faint hope blossoms. If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
If only. And some maggots. Not the biggest deal.
Another one falls. Executed with impunity.
Righto, Dream.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Unfortunately, there is no antivellum to give you, Arbalest. We are getting very low on light.
Finding the stuff is only the first
Oh,
test.
now there's antivenom.
Now it must be carried home.
And spiders. And we're surprised. Well, that's fucking bad. Oh, they've marked the Arbalest in there at the front. That is poor. Oh, we're just going to have to blind fire. And maybe... yeah, the double stun, definitely worth it. We'll hit him with a Zealot's Accusation, and that ends the fight. Perfect.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay. See, I think I had it. Yeah, there we go. Gonna hit him with a rallying flare because I think this is going to be a fairly long fight.
A time to perform beyond one's
And then...
limits.
Oh, fuck. I really need that to hit. We will start with the Bulwark of Faith. I need him to riposte a lot. Oh, not good. Also not good. And a stun. Oof. Riposte. Good. Yeah, you're stunned. You haven't had a turn yet, and you're on death's door.
Ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Alright, well, you've got to Adrenaline Rush, because it's going to take you off death's door. But the debuffs are not great. I have to go for that swine wretch.
Their formation
get
is broken.
Rid
Maintain
of
the offensive.
enemies on their team. She is going to be at maximum stress
Festering fear
way too soon.
consumes the mind.
That's back on death's door. So I'm going to have to waste my time bandaging. Just try and keep her alive.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism
Ah, and a miss.
or cowardice.
Good resist. Need to start chopping down the front lines to get at the back. That's a good riposte. Another riposte, please? No? Oh, she's vigorous. Thank God for that.
Adversity can foster hope and
It can.
resilience.
Alright, blind fire. We hit the front line. Good. And he's gone. So now we've just got to really get rid of that fucking madman. Yeah, like that. Is the bleed gonna do it? Do you have him?
This
Lovely.
death,
Oh, thank you.
unforeseen,
Woo!
unforgiving.
Right, can you do the same? Yeah, alright. So you weren't completely useless.
These
And
nightmarish
that...
creatures can be felled. They can be
Ooh,
beaten.
very rare. Alright, so it increases stress, but also increases damage and speed. That's bloody good. That is bloody good. Stress is bad. It is the hardest thing to manage, but that increased damage and increased speed means you're getting attacks out more and they're hitting harder. No, I don't want to continue. Well, I'm going to continue adventuring just to check out what this curio is. It's an Eldritch Avatar. Can I holy water it? I purify the avatar. I've got rid of the Unquiet Mind perk. Not bad. I really shouldn't continue on. I know there's another room. Grab the torch. We don't have enough space for loot. Right. Throw this on the Arbalest then. And that way we can carry this. And then when we go back to the hamlet...
Some experiments should have never happened. You
That
are
means
doing
that stuff is
just
sold for
work
cash.
ending them.
So yeah. Blazon SMD is afflicted with Fearful. He's also afflicted with Dead. So we've got a Warren Scrounger and a Cove Adventurer. Positive traits, lovely.
Awash in blood
And
delusion.
this is letting us
He
know
bears
that the
burden of
Flagellant
1,000
exists.
lifetimes.
That's not...
A traveling
No, I don't want to do the Butcher's Circus. How do I get out? Yeah, back to the hamlet.
It's
a stagecoach I wanted.
These things.
Alright, so we've got a couple of Flagelants. We've got a Nervous one, who is a Runes Adventurer. No thank you. Or an Eagle Eye. He's all melee, so range skills aren't going to make any difference. Who is Deadly, which is just flat 2% extra crit. But he's stressed out if it's darker, and additionally stressed out in the wield. We'll take him.
There is power.
And what
in
about
the
this
blood.
Crusader? He is
For those with
nervous,
the
stressed out in the
fortitude
wheel.
to pay
He's
the
a
price.
beast hater who is a ruins tactician. No, thank you. Alright, well. We've got some money, we've got some items, a couple of which are just vendor bait in my opinion, but still money. Very good for the money. And then we've got a couple of problems to deal with, because you are stressed. Who else is stressed? Dismas is. Gombolt is. Uri is. Rassent also is. Right. So that's taken a few people out of the running on who I can use. Nilo is back around to be usable. There used to be a way to hold... No. Unequip all trinkets. Yeah, there we go. So I can slap that on Nilo. That gives him a little extra health. Who else have I got? Got Carl I could bring along. I've got Basketville. I've got this guy who's kind of new, but he's a frontliner. A lot of the people I've got are all frontliners and can't really work at the back. I think all of my backliners are out of action, so it's going to have to be Gordville here. And can Carl take up position 3? He can just about. So we've ramshackled together a party. It's not the greatest, but it is a party. And then a Crimson Court item. I still don't know what's going on with the Crimson Court, and I don't particularly want this Baron's invitation. I feel like it's going to start some shit that I'm not ready for. Stun chant stuff. Occultist, but only good against Eldritch stuff. A Bounty Hunter Talisman, which is quite good, but we don't even have a single Bounty Hunter yet. And a Reckless Charm, which increases your accuracy but lowers your dodge. Well, you know what? Maybe I do want the Bounty Hunter one, because if we do get a Bounty Hunter, it's always nice to have a talisman that's useful for them. Now, as for damage, I'm going to give this to Basketville, because he's got an ability that his Solemnity manages stress. So giving him increased speed, increased damage, and additional stress should work. Welcome back, Dream. Funnily enough, you've come back just at a time. I was just figuring out the makeup of my party going forward, and then I was going to take a quick break to get some water, because my throat is getting a little bit parched. Even cyborgs need water. But I will return in just a moment. Why not tea? I guess I could. I suppose I'm a British cyborg, I should. I'll be back with some form of liquid regardless. Alright. We're back in black. Okay, and I think we were just going to try and take this adventure on, because if I spend much more money, which I am very prone to do, but if I spend much more, I won't be able to afford what I need. Or could I? Hold on. Oh, you're upgraded. You're upgraded. You're upgraded. So is it Nilo that's lacking? Yes. Nilo was lacking some upgrades, but I think I can afford those and still afford food. Hold on a minute. Pitch soaked torch. A special torch spatulating clock. Ah, okay, so I'm guessing that's for whatever the quest is. So we're not going to have money for torches. We've got 3.
The courtyard and gardens surrounding the manor were once a point of pride for the diligent custodians I employed. Great banquets and lavish social affairs were hosted here under the stars. Despite the expectation of propriety normally ascribed to those in our position, we mocked the stoic melancholy of the moss-covered fountains and cherubic statues, our salacious trysts half hidden in the hedgerows, our morality slipping ever deeper into the mud.
So they fucked in bushes and then felt bad about it.
Soaked and sinking, these stone terraces and sprawling gardens were the site of long-forgotten revelry. And
so this is making me very much think, oh, it's no use. This is all the light we're getting now. Okay, so this is different. This must be Crimson Court stuff. Because this is different to how I've experienced the game before. Oh yeah, this is not... Spirits command me to do this. God damn it, Carl! What the fuck are they? Okay. So we've got a manservant and a supplicant. Who looks mostly like a person with sort of a bug attached to their upper half. Can I just... Baskets, can you deal with this in one? No. You have failed me. Niles, give me that bulwark of faith. Be so annoying that the enemies attack you.
Inspiration and improvement.
I messed that up. Okay, one of your heroes has the Crimson Curse. The curse is not like other diseases. It can't be cured normally in the sanitarium. The only way to keep it at bay is with the blood. There may be other ways to cure it. Oh, okay. So one of my heroes has vampirism now. Well, that's not great. I didn't know that was going to be a permanent thing. Shit. Okay. Alright, let's switch our defender to this guy. Because having it on our crusader was a bad idea. And then we will... Still miss! God damn it, baskets! Alright, how about stunning blow? There we go. That's better. Finally a hit. And then we'll just try and smite him.
Executed with impunity.
Job done. Crimson Curse. Increase speed, reduce resistances, reduce max HP. I'm guessing that scales up and gets worse, but I don't know. So we're going to put Defender on this guy. So Carl's a vampire now. Can I destabilize their formation? And then hit them with a Hue.
Their formation is broken.
Good.
Maintain the offensive.
And then a Bulwark of Faith.
Continue the onslaught.
Love it. Love the riposte.
Them all.
And then if they attack him, yep, Carl riposts. And then if they attack him, he riposts. A lot of riposte going on. And then a weird reconstruction on our Carl. And Hugh ends it.
Give them no
Lovely.
quarter.
Getting some goodies. Not really a fan of the loud buzzing noise, though. What we got here? This... Blood flowers. Not good, and it's stressed out our most stressed heroes. There was me thinking flowers were pretty safe. What the fuck is that? Throbbing cocoons. Nope. No. That's a nope.jpg on that one. Ah, mosquitoes. And they're just buzzing and stressing our teammates out. Just like they were buzzing and stressing me out seconds ago. Oh, landed the Hue. That's good. Top up our frontliner. And then maybe a bellow. Yeah, let's take one of them out. Debuff the other. That was only meant to be a stun, but took him out.
Success so clearly in view.
Yeah, so using torches just increases accuracy.
Of the light.
So I shouldn't have bought any torches. Didn't know they were going to be useful for this. Oh, sorry, useless for this section. Can we hew the two of you?
Well struck.
Not the two, but we can get one. Basket's still working as MVP. Or Hex, our supplicant back here. Oh, that's called pre-digestion. That is disgusting. But actually how insects work. Maybe a zealous accusation. There we go. So we'll throw a defender on you. Let's get that riposte running. You can crit yourself and reduce stress. You can use Ball of Faith. And then weird reconstruction on Carl. And that tops everyone off. Although he is now blighted and bleeding. Not perfect.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Spirits command me to do this. These bones hold riches. Oh, well, cool. I guess he can't be Crimson Cursed any more than he already is. So if there's stuff on the ground, I guess I'd better use Carl to rummage through it. You know what? Yeah, let's check out this throbbing cocoon. Carl, you go ahead. Open them up. Piss! Well, there was me thinking it could just do something bad to Carl, but it spawned an entire fight, so... What is this, an Esquire? Let's mark him. And then we'll hew you.
Destroy.
Oh, ruined. And then maybe a bellow. Just have a good old yell at them, Carl. Oh, that thing is horrific when it's attacking. Let's hit it with a... I don't... Yeah. We'll hit this with a stunning blow. The supplicant's just gonna die.
Gently. This is how a life is taken.
And then... go for the chop! Oh, okay, so it spawns a fight, but the fight has loot to it, so...
precipitates a dizzying fall.
As long as you can get through the battle, it is actually a boon. And I need to activate Thronging Hives. And the cocoons aren't that. Let's head north first. Alright, Carl, loot the stuff. Oh, you were going to do it anyway. And you've bled yourself, of course. Okay, so you've been moved to the front. Just fucked over baskets. But if I move him, it's going to fuck over Nilo. Great. Hit him with that vulnerability hex. Oh, well, you can at least do Zealous Accusation from back there. That's something. Pre-digestion, which is gross. And we want you to Defender on him. We want that riposte running. Okay, so you're running a guard now. And you dodge the hex, you little bastard. We'll bellow at both of them then. No damage. Some guardian you were, you little turd. Alright, chop him. Oh, he dodged. Well, let's reconstruct Carl a bit. We will rebuild him. He will be Robo-Carl. And the riposte working out for us there. Okay, Carl, get back in your spot.
Momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Is this the... Okay, so these are the thronging hives. So that's one we've found. So they're not even necessarily in rooms, they could just be along pathways. What is this? A damned fountain. Carl, throw holy water on it. Oh! Took 30 off his stress. Well, that is bloody useful. I didn't expect that to go so well. Not sure why stress just ticks up as you're travelling through a dungeon. I think it's to try and show that the place is, like, horrific. But I don't rightly know. This didn't work out too well last time, but we'll try one more time. Or maybe the medicinal herbs will help the blood flowers? Did nothing. No, bugger all there. Alright, we've got a full cadre of weirdos. And Carl is getting very stressed out. Okay, so guard. Just because we want that riposte active. And it immediately comes into play, that's good. And then we'll throw out an intimidate. And a Bulwark of Faith. Maybe. Oh wow, what a useless heal. The servants just seem to be serving each other in a loop. We'll wallop the mosquito then. Dodges all around, no one's getting hit. Good. Stun takes away the guard buff. He's not guarding anyone if he's stunned. And then we'll give the other one a good shot.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
And then we may as well... Oh, there we go. That's a good heal. And can I... Okay. Just one manservant. Wallop him. And you missed. Okay. The blood. The blood is a special type of item, collected in bottles of blood. We retained at your estate. They may be added to the provisions when embarking on parties. The blood is rare. Spread it around wisely among those in need. So... if I give it to Carl, does he get better? No, so maybe I shouldn't have done it. Maybe I should have waited till he needed it. Okay. There was me thinking it'd remove the stun, blight, bleed, whatever debuffs on him, but apparently not. Apparently vampires are just more susceptible to some things. Okay. That was a good hew. Can I... Oh, the mosquito's guarded. I can't even land a hit on the manservant. Alright, well we'll just do the good old guard and then...
Great is the weapon that
Well,
cuts on its
that
own.
works. Yeah, and then we'll use a Bulwark of Faith. And this means 3 out of the 4 party members, if they're targeted by an attack, they will riposte. That's great. And the one person that can be attacked without it earning a riposte is Baskets, who is the hardest target in the party. So it's working out pretty good, to be honest. Although Carl is very, very stressed. That is our one Achilles heel.
As victories mount,
Alright, moving on.
so too will resistance.
One of your... Well, bugger, I already fed him the blood. I didn't know he was going to be craving it, so that really fucked up there. You would have thought feeding him some would have reset the craving, but no, he's lower HP, lower virtue chance. Okay. I'm out of food now. I still need to find 2 of those bloody things. Okay. I need to get damage out more than anything else. So we'll... And they're targeting Carl because he's the most stressed. Okay, that should take a couple down. Doesn't matter if you guard him, he's just going to die to the blight. We'll use a Bulwark of Faith. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Yep, similar. As long as they're attacking Nilo, they're fighting back.
Death by inches.
Okay. And then we'll just pull. Oh, fucking hell. Craving itself speaks through me. That's creepy, dude. Don't say shit like that.
Masterfully executed.
Back to the pit.
So it looks like we've nearly cleared out the place, but we must have missed something. Because we're supposed to get rid of 3 of these thronging hives. I've only seen and got rid of 1. Who are you? Have some holy water. Well, that was useless. For a torch? Medicinal herbs? I'm assuming you want blood, but I don't have any to give.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
I guess we could just rob them with no ill effect. Ah, okay, so there's an additional pathway that hadn't opened up yet. Maybe I haven't missed the thronging hives yet.
hideous mutation.
Is that both an alligator and a bug? What the fuck? Alright, well we'll guard. Well, this is not ideal. Carl's resolve is tested. And he's selfish.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
Apparently. Okay. Use the Bulwark of Faith. The vegetation has a health bar. Well, then we'll intimidate. That at least puts a debuff on the thing. And we're back round to him already. Then intimidate again! Just intimidate the fuck out of him. Teeth ring.
Ringing ears. Blurred vision.
A body's limit, heart attack. Stress continues to build beyond the point of affliction. If the hero's stress bar fills a second time completely, their body will give out. Get them aid or retreat back to town before this happens. Death awaits us all. So yeah, once the stress boxes, like you get the little white boxes, once they are filled boxes, your hero is so fucking stressed out, they just start having a heart attack and die. Not great. Carl's not actually close to that limit yet, but he's on the way. I don't know how we deal with this. I think we can pull this guy, can't we? No, he resists. What is his move resist? Only 35%, so that is very unlucky that he did not get pulled. Kind of useless. I'll do Zealous Accusation. I need you to move forwards, and I need Carl to move back willingly. Come on, pull this crocodile for... Oh, it's not working. Yell at him again. Submerge. Oh, he's healing now. Okay. Well, I can move that and that. Not great. Damage is really racking up now, so we're gonna... Well, actually, he's exposed, so we're gonna put some hurt on him. We'll worry about healing when he retreats. Oh, nice. That is weird reconstruction in a nutshell. Sometimes great, sometimes useless. And now you've healed back up, Carl. We need you to defend our very weak healer. Stun it, if you can. No, it resisted. It's got an 80% resistance, but it was worth a try. Alright, moving back one isn't too much of a big deal. I can still hit that. Very low damage. Yeah, it's healing again. I feel like this is a boss battle. And it isn't the objective to do this, but here we are. Bollocks, I should have just done Bulwark of Faith. Okay, who needs healing most? You do. Well, not anymore. Carl is bleeding. Get that mark on it. Okay. Nilo can take the hit there. Although the healing isn't for anything. Ah, you're no good at the front. Basket's still doing the majority of our damage.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
That's really messed up my party composition. Okay, and because he's a hungry vampire, he passes his turn.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
We have to waste a turn just moving him forwards. Carl needs a heal most. 12. 12 is good. Swap Nilo forwards. Oh no! Fuck a duck. That heal is just about keeping us going. Increased damage, increased protection. That will defend your ally, for fuck's sake. You get forwards, because I need you hitting stuff. You get forward as well. That puts our healer at the back. That's something good. Nilo is looking rough. Stop stressing your bloody teammates out. Accuracy and increased crit. Yeah. Can't do much damage by himself, but he can at least debuff.
Confluence of skill and purpose.
Oof. Okay, Nilo dragged to the front. And not looking healthy. We'll have to force Basket forwards. I need you to heal Nilo. 13 will do. Although the amount of bleeding on him, bloody hell. Use Bulwark of Faith, because if you're going to be marked anyway, you may as well have the riposte on. It's a big heal. You don't like that. Another heal on Nilo. He dodges the riposte. Oof. And the chop. Christ! Can I... Yeah, Bellow reduces the dodge. And he resists the debuffs. I think stunning him's no good. We'll just hack at him. Baskets is the hardest target, but everyone is getting real stressed by this battle. I'd stop and have Baskets heal himself, but I just need him putting out the damage. Oh no, Carl! Carl's not doing great. Guard Baskets. We need him up to do the damage. You know what? Move forwards. And then... Can we make him vulnerable? Yes, we can. That's reduced his dodge by a lot. Good. Now you can whack him. Shouldn't be so hard to hit. Ugh.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness.
And Carl is gone. Vampire or not, he could not survive the alligator. We need to kill this thing. 21 HP. We need to kill this thing before it kills any more party members. Oh.
And now the true test.
It looks like it might be about to kill another.
Or expire.
3 health is not enough. Oh. That's everyone. Everyone on death's door. Except Basket. Okay. Nilo is abusive. Basket is abusive. Oh no. Oh no.
And fury. more destructive than
masochistic.
100 cannons.
Oh, good lord. A full set of terrible, terrible traits. Just kill the bloody thing. This... Thank God.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I am not overconfident. Now, how the fuck do I finish this? Can my party even survive this? They're all on death's door. Alright, now they're not technically on death's door. Technically. Although the bleed's going to take him right back there. I really don't want to have to fail out at this point, but I think I have to abandon this quest. Like, my party has no health. They're all negatively afflicted, and 2 of them are on death's door. One of which, he has 2 health, and this is going to tick 3 times. I'm pretty sure the bleed will kill him if we continue on. So we've just got to go. That's that quest failed.
Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
So we lost Carl. He died. We've got Faithless, a Stress Eater, and they believe they're possessed by demons. So all terrible. Just a terrible, terrible time. He got selfish towards the end anyway? Yes, he did.
Irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Stress reduction activities in town are slightly less effective. Oh, good. Alright, well... Gotta see what's in the stagecoach. Another Arbalest and a couple of occultists. Well, we didn't actually lose our occultists. We lost our man-at-arms, so we need another of those. So Nilo, he needs to pray. He needs to pray the gay away. Guideville needs to gamble. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing he's allowed to do. What's Basket's thing? He won't drink. He's claustrophobic and he's a stress eater. Alright, so he won't go to the bar, but he will go to the brothel. Sorry, Suki. Okay. Well, what can we do? We can upgrade a couple of our level 1 heroes. No, we can't, because we're low on money. We don't have a bounty hunter, so I can sell this just to get us by for now. So this is increased move skill chance, increased bleed chance, massively increased ranged accuracy, crit versus marked, crit versus stunned, and crit versus bleeding. Doesn't seem to have a negative aspect to it. Unless they can only use it if they're afflicted by that blood curse thing. I'm not sure. Yes, we are all having a terrible, terrible time. So yeah, I think I want to avoid that. So, reduce dodge. Not great. Move skill resist, move skill chance, and minus speed. Let's get the flagellant thing. Because we've got a flagellant. This boy here. Guy who's all about whipping himself. So what could our party makeup even be? I think our frontliner has to be this girl. You are sort of a front or mid-liner, so we'll take our flagellant along. Or should we take Uri, because he's a bit more powerful? And then we've got... Yeah, you can be spot 3. Dismas could also be spot 2 or 3. He is a ruins phobe. We're going to the ruins. We are going to the ruins, so we won't take Dismas. And then backline has to be our healer, and that's probably Rassant. Yeah, battlefield medicine is really useful, and I don't know that I necessarily care about disorienting blast. But I can't really afford it, because I'm pretty sure it's 1,000 gold to buy a skill, and I just don't have the money. So we're going to have to go with this. I'm just going to have to try and not die. But I am going to ignore the torches, because even though that's going to add to stress... Oh, can I afford a couple? I'll take a few. I can afford a few. And we can take a shovel. Alright, well, we've just about got enough to fund an expedition. We've got to succeed at this, though, or we're fucked on money. I did forget to change items around, though. Because Baskets was using that really good item. And I didn't switch it to anyone else.
The fiends must be driven back. And what better place to begin than the seat of our noble line?
You're going to have to work at the brothel? Unfortunately, that's not an option that the game gives me. Ah! Our Flagellant is now a precise striker, so he's got Eagle Eye, so increased crit on range skills, increased crit, and increased crit on melee skills. This guy, he's just all about critting things. That's all he likes to do. He wants to crit. He wants to crit all day. Okay, then. Yep, Eagle Eyes with a hood on. So we're going to hit them with a Plague Grenade at the back row. And then we're going to go for a Rain of Sorrows. And they're going to resist the fucking lot of it. And then we're going to hack the Madman. Oh, for goodness sake, and a dodge. Do I blind fire and hope to hit something I want to hit, or do I put up a Rallying Flare? Let's put up a Rallying Flare. That should reduce their dodge.
Inspiration and improvement.
Alright, so they're stressing multiple parts of my team out.
Confusion, nerves, and panic.
I wonder if the Flagellant's got that sort of like blind samurai thing going on in some movies. Wow, he's already nearly dead. Alright, let's throw in a disorienting blast on the Madman. Get him stunned. That's not great. And then we can hack the Bone Courtier. Get rid, lovely.
Cleansed from our lands.
And then, what's this? This is the thing he can only do if he's below a certain amount of health, but it doesn't work on himself? Well, that's no good. I thought he had some self-healing. He clearly doesn't. Okay. Rain of Sorrows it is.
The ground quakes.
Obelisk, we need you to bandage this guy up. Yeah, he does seem to have self-hurting, but no self-healing. Your wounds are mounting. So let's use an Emboldening Vapors. We need to get this, our team's speed up.
The horror.
Come on, more Rain of Sorrows. There we go. Finally got a bleed on that guy. So bandage that shit up. Can I? Can if it bleeds the Madman. Perfect. That's what we wanted.
Hope blossoms.
And then this guy should not be a problem. Hit him with a Noxious Blast. So that actually trades stress. That's not a buff at all. That just de-stresses an ally, but stresses the flagellant. Jesus. A lot of his abilities are, in my opinion, no use whatsoever. I remember this character being good, but clearly these are not the abilities I'm used to him having. Like, they're not the ones I think are good, and I just haven't been able to hit the guild yet and change his abilities around. So I need to complete 100% a room battle. So I've got to search down this way first before I can complete the rest of it. And a room battle. Perfect. Give me a plague grenade. Lovely. And then a rain of sorrows.
Impressive.
Hopefully you bleed them. Well, you bled one. And then adrenaline rush, increased damage and accuracy. But for how long? How many turns does that buff last? I guess I have to use it and find out. Alright, so she heals 2. Oh, 4 rounds, okay. Sniper shot at this guy. Oh, wow.
With impunity.
Okay. Took him out. And then this guy is toast. The Doomsay's stresses everyone out. But he, like, the debuffs that are on him, he's just gonna die next turn. That's his. What do I want to do? There we go, toast. We will punish, and who's got lower health? Bone Soldier. Don't think I can bleed skeletons, though. Yeah, they've got a bleed resist of 180%. I don't even know what that means, it being above 100%. I assume that means if you debuff their resistance by a hell of a lot, they still have 100% bleed resist. Which I think is as close to immunity as this game gives. So we're gonna... Barbaric Yop. This is a really good move, but you don't want to use it all that often because... it stuns 2 things at the front row, but reduces your Hellion's damage by 15% and reduces her speed by 2. So it's great, but it's not so great. Like, it's, you don't want to be using it all the time, but it's good to rob them of like a couple of moves.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Hit with a Noxious Blast. Good, they're not immune to Blight. Can you... Funnily enough, the buff she's done to herself is counteracting the debuff. Like, it's still net gain of 5% damage, although a net speed loss of 1, so it kind of bounces out. Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to take 10 damage next time it comes around to his turn. And you know what? Take a bit of stress away from the Plague Doctor. We'll heal up our front liner. She'll gain an additional health point from her self-heal. And then it just dies from the dot. So, unlock Strongbox. Oh, perfect, it's unlocked. You know what, Flagellant, you can take it. It's trapped. He's blighted. Perfect. Can I cure that with anti-venom? Yes, lovely. Oh, balls. Didn't see a trap. Though it seems like he dodged it. Light's getting dim. Got plenty of torch, so I may as well keep it fairly well lit. I'm going to ignore that, whatever that is. Bloody hell. More madmen and goblet slingers. Just tons of stress using enemies. Alright, we'll blight them. Get the Rain of Sorrows going. Stack up those damage over time effects. Hit the Bone Courtier with a sniper shot. Yep, gets rid. It's easier to take out the Madman because he's vulnerable to bleed. We can hit him with an if it bleeds. That's actually even higher. He only has 7 health left, so I think he's fucked. He doesn't even get to take a turn. Yep, he just dies. Perfect.
Unforeseen.
That's what we wanted. That's why we stacked up those damage over time effects. And then we're left with 2 skeletons, so we'll use the Barbaric Yacht, we'll stun them. Punish the weaker one. Doesn't do much damage. Supposed to bleed, but whatever. Bomb him. 5 damage, 5 rounds. He's toast now, so that's job done. And then we'll just bandage away.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
I'm not sure that that turn was a brilliant confluence of skill and purpose, but great.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Yeah, there's a bash, isn't it? That moves you back, and stuns. Alright. Not the end of the world. Bandage up off Flagellant. And then 1 more Noxious Blast, and that should be that. Yeah, he'll take 10 damage next time it's his turn, so we'll just reorder ourselves. Who needs the bandage the most? Only 3? Wow. You know what, you can Adrenaline Rush just before the combat ends. Just pop your health to the top.
Maintain the offensive.
And we're just about maintaining our party's health. Ooh! Well, I'm glad I bought the shovels.
Stone seems bent on preventing passage.
We've still got 6 food after eating, so we're not running out of supplies, but I am worried about reaching the end of the dungeon. So I'd have to do a bit of backtracking, and there's still 3 full rooms to search. Could easily trigger the need to eat twice. I don't know what to call it. Mealtime? Could trigger mealtime twice, and if I've not got food for the second trigger, that's going to take a lot of health away from my party. There's a trap over here. Where are you? Okay, that's triggered once, so next time that happens, I'm the fucked. Okay, so 70%, 40%, 70%. So either our Barbarian or our Plague Doctor. And our Barbarian is... Okay, lovely. Job done. A Barbarian can take hits better. Or dodge them. Higher dodge chance does actually give you an opportunity to dodge traps, which is nice. Is that worth checking? Locked display cabinet. Not unless I have a key. What's this? Loot! Oh, lovely. Free torch. I will use that immediately. Ah, Highwayman. Well, in a lot of games, and I'm going to be calling out Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition here, your armor class doesn't give you a chance to resist traps. And if you have low dexterity, you just get fucked over by them. So, yeah, in some ways, it's nice when a stat gives you a chance to evade damage on a trap. If it's like... I guess it's the same in D&D where it's tied to your dexterity, but dexterity and armor class aren't necessarily the same thing, and I feel like your ability to withstand a physical blow should be tied more to your armor class than how quickly you can move. At least in my opinion.
The blood quickens.
Well, we can bleed these guys, so the Flagellant should be a lot more useful here. Yeah, there we go. Because against skeletons, he's kind of fucking, gimped. Let's use it if it bleeds on the Fusilier. So we'll bleed him as well. And then, who are we gonna bandage? Our guy that can't heal himself. What is it? So we've got... okay. Oops, not what I meant to do. I was trying to check out my party. Turns out I clicked on them and used a skill. Right, hold on. So you have a dodge of 0, actually. So you shouldn't be dodging as many attacks as you have been. I'm very confused as to what's been going on there, then. Alright, well... he's going to bleed to death, so we'll...
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Let's stun them then. And then Bandoje. Poor Arbalist. Relegated to medic. They're not really getting to use their crossbow at all. Is it a crossbow or is it a ballista? I don't know if you can get handheld ballistas. We'll just heal ourselves with a bit of an adrenaline rush. Aren't ballistas the really big ones? Well, this is what I don't know. I don't know if the ballista is just the way it's designed or if it's the size. Not entirely sure. I finally ask you to take a shot, Arbalist, and you miss it.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
We're straight back into another fight. And I can't bleed that one. Okay. Even though I can't bleed it, I should still hit it. Oh no! Oh, one hit. Okay. That's not actually the end of the world, because now if I play Grenade, yeah, he's fucked. Okay. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Rain of Sorrow should... Is that gonna... It's not gonna kill her off, but if I hit her with a sniper shot... Oh, she just immediately dies, so I shouldn't have been stacking all those dots. Alright. Okay, that just means we're ahead. So, we'll start Noxious Blast on the Bone Rabble. He resists it. What a bastard. Alright then. Let's heal up our Flagerant and then attack the thing that's actually made of flesh that you can bleed. Did I just stun them? Doesn't look like it. So we'll stun them. You didn't resist that one, did you little bastard? Okay, well they're fucked now, so we'll just use our healing abilities, because both of them are dead as soon as they take a turn. There's nothing I want you to do, so just uselessly use Punish on the skeleton. Ooh, a crit. Oh, let's reduce velocity of stress.
A time to perform beyond one's limits. Seize this momentum.
We did it. Okay.
Push on to the tasks.
Thank God for that. And a locked sarcophagus, and I don't sarcophagus, and I don't have a key. However, I am doing so well that I am going to continue exploring these rooms. Both because there might be more loot, and I know that there are no room battles in those rooms, because I needed to complete room battles for the quest, I think. Now, let's Emboldening Vapors, we'll get that speed up, and then... God, the Flagellant really is useless against skeletons. Especially if they just dodge his stuff anyway. I have no quarrel with you, sir. You know, it doesn't matter what we hit.
Back
there we go.
to the pit.
And then just... We'll just start doing damage from the front.
Another
Ooh.
one falls.
Okay. Hefty hit. Oh, and one in return.
Clarified in a single strike.
Well then, you can have a Noxious Blast, so you're going to need some killing. And a Rain of Sorrows. Doesn't do much, but it's something. And we'll bandage our poor Plague Doctor. Oh, for a second crit in a row, straight to Death's Door. Poor bastard. Right, bandage him up, get him off Death's Door. Another crit. Ah, and the healing buff on that actually stacks. Interesting. Hit him with another Plague Grenade, make sure he's toast next round. And we'll get rid of this one. Ah. Stop going for my bloody Plague Doctor! Leave him alone! No one else has been touched! You know what? Have a disorienting blast. You can piss off. Have a stun. Right, perfect. Take some of his stress away. Perfect. Okay. That's healed him right back up. Yes, if we tarry, more will surely come, so let's finish him off. Job done. That's a couple hundred gold. What's this? Decorative urn.
A dizzying fall.
Gifts are hidden inside. Perfect. More money. And we can leave at any time now without suffering any kind of penalty because we've done the quest.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
What up? Free torches? I didn't see that.
Cruel machinations spring to
Oh,
life
and he's stressed out now.
with a singular purpose.
Rapturous. Is that good or bad? It sounds good if someone's rapturous, but I'm guessing it's not. Well, that's... doesn't sound great.
More moans return to rest. Devils remanded to their abyss.
Okay, we've definitely earned some money. He earned Manic for Money, Plutomania, and Warren's Explorer. I don't know what that one does. I'm guessing it means he's going to steal cash. Backtracker, no stress penalty when walking backwards. Okay. I rarely ask the party to walk backwards.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Okay. So we've got the
At home in
survivalist.
wild places, she is a stalwart survivor,
And she...
and a strict instructor.
Yeah, see, she teaches out of combat abilities, which are the camping skills ones down here. We haven't actually encountered that yet. Who have we got at the stagecoach? We've got another Hellion, we've got another Highwayman, and a Grave Robber. We don't have a Grave Robber yet, so I'm going to recruit her immediately.
To those with a keen
Although
eye,
she seems to be called
gold
Picard?
gleams like a dagger's point.
I don't know why a woman would be called Picard. Also, there's no bald skin for her, so that's just immediately wrong. So she is off guard, which is low speed and low dodge on the first round, but fine after that, and increased virtue chance. Alright, not bad. So she's sort of a mid to back line damage hero. Don't like Shadow Fade. I do like Flashing Daggers. Don't like Lunge. I do like Pick to the Face. So unfortunately, as much as I like Picard's class, her abilities are all the ones I don't like. I would need to spend 3,000 on her before I was willing to take her on a mission. That's poor. As for this guy, he's got so many negative traits now, I almost want to kick him out. Which you can do with a hero. If you don't like them, you can just tell them to piss off. Also, he's going to cost money to get the useful skills on. So... this one... this is the one that heals himself, but it's only valid if he's low a certain amount of health. And this is generally the way he's supposed to work, is... you take this ability, and then he heals himself a lot, but only when on low health, and then he can give health away to teammates. But then he gains a debuff that reduces the amount of healing he's got, so you have to kind of like balance these buffs round and round. And if you have those two, he can be quite useful, I think. But it's going to cost a bit to get him useful. Because I think that's the way I'd set him up. So that's Punish, and then it's Sanguinate, which is the one that heals himself. Reclaim, which... another heal. And I think he can heal the rest of the team, but from a frontal position, which is not normal, but he can be kind of like a frontline healer. And then that one, which is like a much bigger heal, but he sacrifices health for it. Or or does he heal himself with that one? I can't figure out how this character works, but for a start, he's no good here. He needs to get his stress reduced. Okay, what's your Manic for money? What does that mean? He will only go to the penance hall. Why is that? Is that specifically because he's a flagellant? Is this part of his class? Because that's the one where you flagellate yourself. So I can only assume the only way to de-stress a flagellant is with flagellation. Who would have guessed? I probably should have figured that out for myself. Basket isn't fully de-stressed. Oh god, and he has so many negative quirks. Despite being MVP, still so many negative quirks. So we're going to try and de-stress him some more. Nilo could use some more de-stressment, which is just eating our money. I could give that flagellant we had the hood. Who else needs de-stressing? Okay, well, you can drink. You need to gamble. And that leaves us with a whole 600 gold to work with, which is fuck all. Good lord. Now, hopefully, the way this game works, as we go on, our heroes should build in level And these easier quests should be a bit easier to knock out without, like, gaining tons of stress. Right now, we're just treading water. Like, we're ending with... I mean, we're gaining, busts and portraits and this kind of stuff to upgrade our town, because that doesn't actually cost money. So I could, like, upgrade the furnace, and that reduces the cost
In the end,
of upgrading my heroes, so that's great.
Strong arm and
Could do the same at the
steel.
guild. So, reduce the skill of training.
Every creature has a weakness.
So, we are
The wise hero
progressing.
trains for what he will face.
But we're progressing in a way that very much feels like we're just spinning our wheels. Because a lot of this is just doing a mission and then spending so much on, like, reducing the stress that the mission caused us that we're kind of back to square one in terms of money. Which is why I was saying that money is so important earlier. But also our heroes are leveling up. We're gaining... I don't know what to call these collectively, but we're gaining stuff. Heirlooms, that's it. We're gaining heirlooms. We're leveling our heroes. We're gaining items, but... Still haven't found a bounty hunter, have we? No. So a gunslinger's buckle, which makes your crit on melee skills lower, but makes your range skills a lot better. Interesting. And again, kill the Necromancer's Apprentice. I'm pretty sure that is a boss mission. That's not an easy one. So we would need to be well decked out to take that one on, and right now we're treading water. So this is increased damage and increased crit if below a certain amount of health. The Book of Rage, that would be pretty good for our Flagellant, who again seems to thrive on being on low hit points. A Bounty Hunter helmet. And a Plague Doctor Disease Resist herb. And that's explore 90% of rooms. That's a nice, I'm not going to say easy one, but a short apprentice mission to explore a lot of rooms. That sounds good. So I believe the only valid team setup we have is this one. Because I said I wasn't going to take Picard along, and everyone else is taken. So I'm going to take a short break here. And then we'll get back to it. I think I'll do just a couple more missions, try and get it to the point where we're no longer spinning our wheels, and then I will call the stream for the day. So for the moment, be right back. Alright, we back. Let's try taking on this mission. And we can afford food and nothing else. Alright. Hello there, Muselli.
I knew all these paths once. Now they are as twisted as my own ambitions.
Okay, so we've got to explore 90% of rooms, so... Luggage could be good. It's trapped. Oh, but we resisted the trap, so... No big deal. Whole lot of nothing for this so far. Ah, fairly big old map though. Oh, bollocks. That's the last thing we wanted. Which is more than likely... Yeah, now that the torch is getting low, we're more than likely to be surprised. So, can I... The only thing I can even possibly bleed is the ectoplasm. Probably better if we stun their front line. And then maybe a grape shot blast or pistol shot the ectoplasm. Well, that didn't work. Don't know what shooting that thing would do anyway. And that's why I wanted to get rid of it quickly. Well, we're going to blind fire and just hope.
Back to the pit.
Not what I was hoping for. We can inspiring cry, but that's not actually done much. Okay, so if I choose to move you back, that moves the people we need forward. I can do the same with the arbalist. And then we just need to switch the arbalist and the highwayman around. Get rid of these bloody ectoplasm before they spawn more. Ugh, 7 damage to something with 8 health. Snipe it out. Okay. Shouldn't be too much of a big deal now.
Another one falls.
Perfect. Job done for us.
Seize this momentum.
We just need to switch you
Push
two
on
about.
to the task's end.
And then we should be good. It'd be nice if we found some torches lying around. Oh, mushroom men. And a random cultist paired up with them for some reason. Let's send up a flare. And then we can mark a target. Probably the artillery guys, especially as they're named artillery. That does not sound good. We want to get rid of them. Well, they can be bled. I'm increasing the light by using a lot of the related skills rather than torches. Riposte doing its work. Ooh, nasty rend. They seem like fun guys. That must be where the cultist is hanging out with them. Yep. So I think pistol shot doesn't increase the amount of damage against a marked target, but this guy's only going to take 2 bleed next turn. He's got 3 health.
Press this advantage.
We get rid of
Leave them
him.
no quarter.
Fucking hell, he's a very effective cultist. Alright, what can I do? Whack the cultist. And then I can either heal my front line or snipe shot the artillery. So let's snipe shot the artillery, get rid of that. And then when it's just the fungal scratcher, we shouldn't be in so much danger. Because he's more of a tank unit than anything else.
Facing the abyss.
Yeah, and you're on death's door. Next blow could be fatal. So if you don't get healing, you're fucked. We've got to heal you.
Time to perform beyond one's limits.
Death's door recovery. That's not going to go away for the rest of the mission. So we get rid of you.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Sharp and inspiring cry. That's gonna, yeah, up the torchlight a bit, and we just need to focus on healing abilities for a hot second, because our barbarian is just straight back to death's door.
Now the true test. Hold fast
Perfect.
or expire.
Cut the bloody thing then. Some monsters have high prot, which absorbs attack damage. Bleed and Blight ignore prot and are effective means to take down these highly armoured opponents. I know, that's why I just bled him. That's why I said he's more of a tank than a threat. However, it also seems to be that he does high damage to marked targets. So we need these marks to expire. You know what? Whack the corpse. Because we want to keep this guy alive so we can throw out more heals.
Soothed. Sedated.
Alright. We're getting there. Once she's at full health, then we can move on. Yeah, he's going to go after the mark target. That's...
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Now, you're not doing so well. Alright. Bandage him then. So you should be able to heal yourself. And then just finish the fight.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I think that's the best we're going to do. Heirloom chest. Loot it! Didn't say locked, we're good to go. We got creamed. We've got someone on Death's Door recovery on just... We need to explore 90% of rooms. And that was the second room we actually explored? And a fucking trap.
Glorious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Yeah, I'm sure he's so sad he doesn't get to see people murdered by his traps. Plus, I'm pretty sure that wasn't like a human-laid trap, it was more of a fungus. Let's get moving. Got a lot of rooms we need to explore. Oh, balls.
Nature herself.
And I don't have any shovels.
Corruption. Malformed with misintent.
I can technically go around. Just need to pick this direction. Oh. This is not going well. I was hoping this would be the breakaway quest where, like, I've leveled up the party a bit so things start getting a bit easier, and it's just a slog. It's been a slog the whole time.
Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men.
Yeah, so players crit a lot more, we get a lot more loot, but the heroes can be surprised, monsters crit a lot more, monsters have increased accuracy and damage, and we take much more stress. So it's not great! And there's that fucking stress coming in straight away.
Gnawing uncertainty.
Okay.
Birthplace of dread.
Yeah, just stress building mobs straight out the gate.
Inspiration and improvement.
Yeah, these guys, they're not too tough as long as nothing's marked on our side of the field. So I'm gonna aim for the back row, because these are the fucking danger. Yeah, makes total sense to me, buddy. Shoot him in the face! Okay, and then take out position 3, which is her special thing. And then we've got to get the Arbalist to heal up our Crusader, who is just getting pummeled. Not technically at death's door, though, so as long as we can heal him faster than these things can wear him down, we should be okay. Bandage heal will get better and better and better because it buffs that. Yeah, give us a Bulwark of Faith. Oh fuck, that marks him. That wasn't a good idea.
A brilliant confluence.
Yeah, now he's going to use Rend the Marked. Not good. Just made the guy that is the most wounded a target. We're just going to have to end this fight quickly then. Yeah, the bandage buff is scaling up and up. Oh, that's what I was hoping wouldn't happen. Didn't take him to death's door though, just hovering just above that level. Oh dear.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Oh shit, dogs. Oh, but they're surprised. Okay. In that case, Great Shot Blast. And then heal this motherfucker. Okay, down to 2 dogs.
The blood quickens.
1 dog.
Executed with impunity.
And of course you go straight after the wounded party member. Ah! More heals, please. Just buying time to get another heal on my Crusader. Thank God you resisted that bleed. 5, really? With all the boosted healing? When it gets around to my Highwayman, he's gonna have no choice but to, yeah. Oh, and he missed. Okay. You're fine. You can Adrenaline Rush, which closes wounds for some reason. Keep doing that Inspiring Cry, which somehow beats back the darkness. Nothing good can come from toying with these creatures. Actually, plenty of good is coming from toying with these creatures.
A powerful blow.
It's now our Crusaders out of the problem zone.
That overconfidence is a slow and insidious.
Okay, so we need to explore 90% of rooms. So I'm thinking I should just continue on, explore these 3 up here, and then that will technically complete the quest. I'll have missed 1 room, but that is 90%.
Mechanical hazards possessed by evil intent.
A fortune.
Ah, a
waiting
torch.
to be spent.
Not actually making it undark, it's making it mostly dark rather than pitch black. And even still, that
Wealth
torch
beyond measure.
did not last.
Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Oh, bollocks. And we're surprised, so we're out of order.
A singular strike.
Yes, mathematically you are correct, but the way this game works is if you explore nearly all of the rooms and miss one, it goes, close enough, and usually gives it to you.
Be gone.
That's not the move I thought I was using. That'll do. But you know what? We'll see when we get there whether the game actually knows its math or not. If we do have to double all the way back, that's going to be a problem, because this dungeon has been kicking my ass. Alright. So if when we get to this room, the mission completes, then I was right. If not, then I'm still gonna need to double back. Okay, didn't put us out of position. So let's 12 health? I don't know. Oh yeah, I can get him with the bleed then. Only because that crit. But that's made that very effective, because I think when it gets around to his turn, he has 2 HP, he'll bleed for 2, he's dead. Which means we can sniper shot the guy at the back. It did increase damage because he was marked. He dies, and then we've just got the Bloodletter at the front, who is a hard bastard with 35 HP, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Let's start stacking bleeds on him. We'll get another couple of heals on our Crusader. Well, I wouldn't attack the Crusader, he's the one person with a riposte on.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Ah, yeah, quest complete. I was worried for a second there.
Victory, nonetheless.
But funnily enough, especially now we've got those valuables, what can we... Don't necessarily need the bandages or the medicinal herbs. So we're gonna dump bandages. Because there's that one room remaining, and the math technically means I should need to explore it, I'm gonna go do that, just for fairness' sake. And in case there's any good loot there, let's be honest. As it turns out, the Death Door debuff has not been worrying our Barbarian as much as I thought it'd be. She's fairly stressed out, but her combat effectiveness hasn't been impacted that much.
And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
Default party order. If I switch around my party and then hit that, they will switch back to normal. Interesting. I didn't know that was a button. Alright. Ah, fuck. I'm guessing default party order will not work while in battle. And our stress is pretty high. I could have avoided this battle. This didn't need to happen. Okay. So I think our madman is the most worrying. Bloody well dodged it, didn't you? Then throw up a rallying flare. You need to be moved forwards. You also need to be moved forwards, but if you move forwards, you'd have just switched with the bloody barbarian again. Hellion? I think it's a Hellion.
Unbalanced.
Okay. Resolve is tested. Paranoid. Not good. And they're really going after the Arbalist.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
Yonder a glint of gold indeed. Okay, so because she's paranoid, she's stressing out the rest of the party. Not good. Alright, so Uri's resolve is tested. He is fearful. Double not good.
Fear and frailty finally claim their...
Right, blind fire. Just hit something. She needs to be moved back terribly. Really have picked their target here. Yes, perfect. Eldritch pull him to the front. That's a boon to me more than anything else. And it's moved the Arbalist back. Okay. I would get you to heal yourself, but honestly, yeah, that's what I needed.
Masterfully executed.
Alright, we've got rid of the front, we've got rid of the back. It's just the Acolyte that's the real trouble here now. I can move you forwards. And you dodged it. Piss. But at least you're not attacking the soft targets. Okay, that's the difficult part out of the way. So bandage yourself up now. Come on! We just have to bleed the bloody thing. I hope there's not a fight in this last room. So if I have to get through a fight to get to this last room and then there's another fight, I'm going to be most dischuffed.
Nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
So journal pages, medicinal herbs. Don't think medicinal herbs are going to do anything for us at this stage. We're getting rid. The order is still bunk. You know what? Let's just press the reorder button. There we go. Well, that's 4.
The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
But this is the last room, and now we've explored 100% of rooms, and there was nothing in here. Well, I technically completed the quest now.
Bring soldiers and supplies. Let them arrive unharried.
Okay. So Rassand had a natural swing. I think that was a melee related ability, and it's been replaced by Hard Noggin. They get more stress if the torch is below a certain amount. Dismas is now a drunk. And Uri is slow on the first round. Not the worst. But the stress is screwing us over more than anything else, because it's going to cost about 1,000 gold per party member. That's 4 party members to reduce their stress. And it might take a couple of reductions to get rid of all of it. So that's in upwards of 8,000 gold to get rid of the stress we just incurred. And we're up to 10,000. So we haven't earned much. Oh. Okay, so once the stress boxes get to Like, so right now they're little boxes, white boxes. Once those are fully filled, their characters are so stressed they start having heart attacks. And a heart attack will just either kill them outright or reduce them to 0 health, and then the next hit will kill them outright. So that's... if someone gets to maximum stress, they are out of it. It is possible in this game to get stressed to death. Aha! A Vestal. So this is our healer character. True IRL 2. Yes, it is. So this is going to be our Dreamweaver, which is our almost pure support healing character, basically. So they can summon light and they can heal the party. I'm not sure what the dog face is. Oh, my dog. Okay, excellent. So we will hire them.
A sister of battle, pious and unrelenting.
So yeah, last time I tried to use a Houndmaster, they immediately died, and I think I'm full on character. Yeah, it says full at the top there, so I would need to go to the stagecoach and pay for an increased hero barracks to recruit more. Also, we definitely want Heroes of Resolve level 1 will show up. Increased available heroes, and we will expand our roster.
In this domain of the damned.
Do we have any traits we really need to get rid of? Bloody hell, Dismas, you have a lot of negative traits. But they're not killing you. A lot of gamblers. Fascinated with injury, wounds, and torture. Okay. Slow draw. For goodness sake, Baskerville. What the hell? In town will never drink. Okay. Severe fear of enclosed spaces. I don't know what that means. Obsessed with the acquisition of knowledge. That's allowable. 100% food consumed if stress above 50%. And may not meditate while in town. Okay, so a lot of negative traits, but nothing that actually affects him in combat, really. Increased food consumption isn't great, but increased bleed resist and extra damage while in ruins. Alright, he's fairly good in that regard. Wow, a lot of positive traits, or quirks even, on this girl. Ah, okay. So Natural Swing was the actual one that was useful. Precise Striker is the melee skills increased crit. She has no melee skills. She's not a melee character. That's useless. So that's a downgrade. Perfect. Armor Tinkerer, Precise Striker, Rune Scrounger, Intense Craving for Alcohol. Okay. Just making sure. Manic for money. That might be a problem. Alright, well... Dismas is clearly the Muselli of the party. Well, if you say so. There is a rename function, so... There we go. You are now the Satan-phobic, Ruins-phobic, enlightened... Although I don't know that you're really a alcoholic, but... Hard noggin, quick reflex, cove exploring, nymphomaniac. Yeah, so what you're telling us, Muselli, being that you wanted to be this character, is that you're a drunk nymphomaniac. I didn't know these things about you, but now that's locked in forever and can never be changed. This was your decision, remember? Alright, so... Wait, what? So you're a nymphomaniac, increased healing one in brothel, but an intense craving for alcohol. I need quiet, I need to breathe, I need to empty my mind. Ah, he'll only meditate. Alright. Okay, well, apparently you're a meditator. You need your alone time. Which is annoying, because, like, what is the point of being a nymphomaniac in getting a bonus to healing in the brothel if you literally won't do it? Oh dear. Alright, perfect. So Uri is... I don't know if you have any negatives. Will you... You will pray, flagellate, or gamble. So we'll send you to the bar, nice and cheap. The perfect contradiction, I think he chose correctly. Fair enough. So, Rassant can pray. You can flagellate. And then... Do we have any money left over? We've got 6 grand. A herb for our plague doctor. Because increasing his disease resistant to 90 means that... I mean, it's just a good idea in general to have a good disease resistance. So Basket's ready to continue on an adventure. Alright. I think I was going to change Picard here, who desperately needs a rename because there's no reason a woman should be called Picard. Poison darts, toxin trickery, and flashing daggers. Which is annoying because we've bought all of her skills now. Lunge is crap. Shadow Fade is crap. Oh no, Lunge isn't so great. I shouldn't have bought that. We do want flashing daggers. Pick to the face is alright. We need... We won't take Pick to the face. We'll take Toxin Trickery. And then this leaves this character as a sort of backline or midline damage character. The one place she's no good is the front, but that's fine. And then I can't actually upgrade now. So who can? You can get upgraded. Dreamweaver's not ready for an upgrade yet. Which is a shame. And you get an upgrade. Okay. Could be M or Suki. Hold on. Lizzle for the Plague Doctor. I suppose if Lizzle's the Plague Doctor, then the Grave Robber, who is also a toxin poison user, should be M. I have no idea what M looks like, so we'll just click the button a few times. There we go. Perfect. We've got our Nillo. So that being said, we've nearly named everyone. Who is our weird occultist? Oh, it's got to be Kay. That's our... Kay is usually a monk. Well, unfortunately, we don't have any monks here. We've got a flagellant who is all about whipping himself, and I know Kay is usually the butt of every single joke, but He seemed to me more just in visage of the occultist. Definitely not for any other reason, because I think he just looks a bit shifty. And then we've got, I think we've got 3 that are, no, 4. 4 that have yet to be named. Alright, ooh, a Hellion item. Which is only good if the torch is low. Well, bugger that. We haven't found an antiquarian yet. Crusader item that reduces healing skills. No. Something that lowers dodge. And that's a difficult ass quest. So we're just going to have to pick something that... We're low on portraits. What gives us portraits? Nothing. Don't seem to be any portraits on offer. Well, what do we need secondary? Deeds? Okay, so we can do the scouting mission here for deeds. And then we'll just sell the item we get. Alright, so what should our team be? Definitely Basketville up front, Dreamweaver in the rear, and then who's our middle? We could have Nilo. Could Emmy go as second position? Because if we have Emmy as second position, we can stick Lizzle in third. And then we've got a full team. Basket up front, Emmy, Lizzle, and Dream. And obviously, Muse is busy meditating to himself. Okay. We need food. We need a couple of shovels. Oh, it gives us a shovel for free. And then can we afford many torches? We can afford 5. That's not going to last us the whole quest, but we'll get as far as we get. And then once we finish this one, that will probably be it for the stream, because I've definitely been
first scout their squalid homes.
Going for a while. Oh, bugger. Oh no, it's 2 branches, and I need to explore both. If there were just a link between these 2, this would be fine. This is going to be a lot of backtracking on this one. And just like Baskerville, he cannot leave stuff alone. Okay, so who's our trap disarmer? It's either Lizzle or Emmy. And Emmy's better at it.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Okay, a couple of cultists and a skeleton. Let's intimidate them. Which increases Basker's speed. We're gonna... Invigorating Vapors, which increases speed even more. We'll Divine Comfort, which heals the party. It doesn't necessarily matter, but also increases the dim light. And then this is my... I suppose I could start with the Toxin Trickery and increase her speed even more. But Flashing Daggers is what I want to do at this point. And this is one of my favourite abilities from the Gravedigger. Because it's just a nice, reasonable mid-damage attack that hits multiple targets. Basker's taking a beating. How about you get rid of the front 2? You missed! You're a failure. Okay then, we will hit up that toxin trickery. And you... Ooh, very nice healing. Good job, Dream. Go for the skeleton. Oh, bugger. Emmy, you are not supposed to be at the back.
The slow death.
Alright, skeleton's out.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Do you want to switch them around? Ooh, bollocks. Let's just go off the bitch. No, not the front of the
Great is
queue.
the weapon that cuts on its own.
Well, I guess as you're at the front. Well, that didn't work. Perfect.
Eradicated.
And then we'll go back to default party order. Lovely. Keep that torch lit. Thank God, that trap was dodged. Right, we'll start with the Intimidate.
The ground quakes.
Get them all debuffed. Oh, that Swine Slasher is very flimsy. Looks sturdy as he's using a shield, but apparently not. I believe that's a human face stretched over that drum. Alright, throw on a Divine Grace on Tabasco. And then let's it's that dodge and speed I just want straight off the bat. Oof. Further buff speed. And then do I let a party member heal you, or do I just throw in a Hue? I throw in a Hue. Lovely. Good damage. And then if I throw out a Disorienting Blast... Perfect. Some poison darts for the man at the back. He's toast. Okay.
No quarter.
Right, and then more healing for Bask. And a double kill.
Destroy.
Lovely, lovely. Do I have any bandages? 2 damage per round, 3 rounds. That's 6 damage total. Yeah, worth it. Oh, and another 2 fights just to get through to this prong, and we've got to double all the way back after. Although this fight against a few maggots should be nothing. I say that, and immediately Basker misses the opening fucking blow. Will a Plague Grenade hit too? It won't. Emboldenment Vape as it is then. Let's get the party moving fast.
And improvement.
Flashing Daggers. Yep, that hits a couple. Oi, stop biting my healer. And you stunned her too.
Another abomination.
Right,
cleansed
sorted.
from our lands.
And you resist everything.
Begone,
Okay.
fiend.
Get rid of that fight.
Triumphant
We do
pride
want...
precipitates a dizzying fall.
Okay, okay. I get it. If I get too egotistical, my party's liable to
In
die.
radiance, may we find victory.
Oh, spiders. Okay. Not the end of the world. Let's start with an intimidate. You missed them all! They don't have great blight resistance, so let's just throw a plague grenade at the back. Some flashing daggers. So this guy is completely fucked. Throw out a divine comfort. Just get everyone topped off. Good dodge.
Ringing ears.
Very low crit.
Blurred
That's
vision.
fine.
The end approaches.
Ah, but a stun. Okay, so the back row spider's still toast, so we've just got the front two to deal with. If Basker can land a Hugh, then we are donezo. He can't. Well, let's disorient you. So many stuns to go around.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life
Do not
is
toy
taken.
with this one. I'm not toying at all. We were mostly stunned.
Another one falls.
But obviously the game thinks we're taking too long with this combat, so that's not great. We'll do a toxin trickery. Ooh, because Emmy's health, maximum 20, not great. Need to keep that topped up fairly aggressively. Do not spawn more spiders. I'm fighting them as fast as I bloody can. Oh! Basker just... Curing Blight. Yep, I know, but she's got a Blight Cure spell built into her class, so that's not something I need to spend an
Their
item on.
formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Perfect. Unlock Strongbox. Well, we'll take whatever's in it then. It's Blight Cure. Okay, now we're going to trudge back through all the rooms we've already been through to get to the other side of this fork. Come on, through the door. And there's no, like, hidden... In some rooms there's, like, a hidden passageway, but clearly not this one. Places like this, sometimes you can click around up here and it'll give you, like, a hidden treasure room. I think that's a corpse above the door there. That's not something I'd noticed. Fairly horrific. Half a corpse, anyway. Mostly skulls in the background here. That is definitely a corpse above the door. Oh, we surprised them. Lovely. Ooh.
Executed with impunity.
Q rarely hits, but when it does... I definitely need to stack up some accuracy buffing stuff on Baskerville. That would make him a lot more powerful. Sorry, Basketville. Resist, eh? Damn, if we'd stacked that just a little bit higher, that would have killed her. Although, I can't see any reason to screw around here, because we are full health and ready to roll.
Blossoms.
I thought this would be a lot worse than it's turning out to be. Famous last words, mind you. I have also just run out of torches, so I was definitely counting chickens there. A good hue, but not a kill on either of them. Let's just try healing yourself. Because there's always the possibility that you'll crit and reduce your stress. Ah, of course, these are... yeah. Blight-resistant mobs more than anything else. Although the least blight-resistant seems to be the swine guy. The carrion eaters are very blight-resistant, which should be obvious, but we'll blight the swine.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
Munch. Yeah, please don't. Okay, lots of good dodging going on. We like that.
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
He took 2 damage. I don't think he's dazed, reeling, or about to break. Let's go for an intimidate.
Confidence surges as the enemy
Thought that'd be enough. So that... how much health has he got? 1. So he's fucked. So it's really just the back 2 that are a problem now. So a plague bomb should... yep. Deals with him. And now it's just this carrion eater to deal with. Unless he deals with Lizzle.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
I don't know what that means. They can be healed but never hidden.
Decimated.
Okay. And we're getting hungry.
Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
All characters seem to walk away traumatized. That is part of the interesting, like... because in most Dungeons and Dragons adventurers, it doesn't, like, seem to matter how horrific an event was. Everyone walks away just fine. Whereas in this game, managing stress really is, like, a big deal. These are human people that do not deal with horrific situations very well.
Exception, and not the rule.
Aha! So that was technically 90% of rooms, but let's do the last one. Let's just... scrolls on the ground? Okay. Ah, trap that I missed.
Mechanical hazards, possessed by evil intent.
And Dream is abusive. Basketball appears to be pretty fearless, though. I'm guessing that's a class perk. Actually, it's not. Here's the weird thing. His one item he's got, this crescendo box, increases his speed, increases his damage, and increases his stress. So he is more prone to being stressed than any of the other characters. And they just seem to ignore stressing him out. Stress is his weakness. And he does have one ability, over here, Solemnity, that can reduce his stress, which is why I was okay giving him this item. But he just hasn't incurred any. He just doesn't seem to gain any stress. He seems to be ignorant to the fact that the rest of his party is completely falling apart behind him. Alright, let's return to the hamlet.
The twisting tunnels seem a little less impossible.
Okay, so our abusive healer has a hard noggin. Emmy is stout, and Basket now has Cytomania, which replaced Unquiet Mind, so he's now obsessed with food. And is a Warren's Explorer. So I'll do our last bit of managing.
The sum. A
Yeah, the town is a buzz thing keeps coming back and making stress reduction even harder. So Uri lost 500 gold after becoming tipsy and buying around for the house. They had a night on the town and recovered 41 stress and is no longer fearful, so that's great. The cleric has lighter hair and the grave robber has darker hair. I vote to switch. Okay. I can switch those two around. So we've got Dreamweaver and Emmy. I did say I was going to let chat decide the names of things, and I picked those two, so... Great, so our barbarian has become addicted to the rush of pain and has a new quirk, flagellant, so that's great. But they're no longer paranoid. Rassant prayed and didn't fuck anything up. Muesli meditated and didn't fuck anything up, so that's good. Useli's now got 3 boxes, so that's not no stress, but it's better than it was. Lizzle needs to deal with stress. I'm just going to check. Okay. And Dream. Yeah. So Emmy's super stress. Okay, so she needs the cloister, so I can't slap someone in that before checking if someone else needs it first. Lizzle can pray to a higher power. Dream, what do you want to do to de-stress? Do you want to... The options are whip yourself, go gambling, or visit the brothel. 3 great options I know. Brothel, of course. Alright. The most expensive option. Brothel 100%. Alright. So Dream goes to the brothel. You are a exclusive flagellant. So I need to slap you there. Okay, and that's stress mostly dealt with. So who's in the stagecoach? We've got another Vestal. We've got an Abomination. I never use these guys. They can kind of transform into a monster, which sounds really cool, but it stresses the rest of the party out. So I never use them, because I just... As cool as it is that they're powerful in combat, stressing the rest of the party kind of fucking sucks. We've got a... upgraded Vestal. Which makes me think I should just fire Emmy and hire this one instead. Oh, but they're a kleptomaniac. No, fuck that. Can't deal. And we've got Durandal, who is off guard and a ruins adventurer. Oy vey. Alright. We'll increase the stagecoach network, because
foolishly seeking fortune and glory.
More heroes is better.
Domain of the damned.
I need way more deeds if I'm going to upgrade the blacksmith. Can't rehire better Emmy now she moonlights as a cat burglar. Sure. It's just that... I don't know if I explained this while you were around, Museli. When a character has the kleptomaniac perk, they will randomly, without provocation, loot something off the ground and then keep it, erasing it from the game. It doesn't go into my inventory, I can't use it, I can't sell it, it's just gone. And that can really fuck you up when you find something, like you finally find something really rare and good, and one of your party members just goes, "This is mine, fuck you." It can screw up an entire run. It just there's no point taking them. I will not hire someone with that trait, and if they get it, I will take them to the sanitarium or fire them. I do not deal. As for the Swordsman's Crest, I'm going to get rid of this. We don't need it. How much is the Vengeful Killer's List worth? Bloody hell! That's a lot of gold! I'm not going to sell it because, judging by how much it costs, I'm guessing that means it does do all of the stuff it says it does with no, like, hidden negative. So I really need to get a bounty hunter on my team, because that is excellent. Okay. Oh, and I haven't set Uri doing anything. So we'll send you to the gambling hall. And then that should mean for next time... yeah, Baskerville really did go through that whole mission and just gained no stress. He just wasn't bothered. Okay, so we'll take Nilo, Muselli, and Kay. I believe that's our... yeah, that's our team for next. Basker just loves death. It's more than possible. Oh, a very rare Plague Doctor item. So, increased accuracy, increased stun skill, increased blight skill, but increased stress. It always looks like a good thing when it's everything increased, but no. Increased stress is awful. Especially if it's plus 25%. The plus 10 that Baskerville's item gives is not so bad, because as we've seen, he doesn't know how to spell stress. Okay. And an Arbalest Eye Patch, which is reduced dodge but increased accuracy and crit. So that's kind of your sacrifice defense for offense sort of thing. What's my Arbalest dodge at? 3. So this reduces it by 4. So that would take her to -1. But increased accuracy and crit chance. So what's her crit chance? 8%? Yeah, that's a fair increase. But most of the time, I don't think it'd be useful, because I mostly use her as a battlefield bandage bot. I think I should get rid of Rallying Flare on my Arbalest and take something else, but right now, not important. So now that I've picked my team, not the blacksmith, let's see, does Kay have any better abilities? I should definitely up weird healing. You know, yeah, let's...
Some may fall, but their knowledge lives on.
Getting that discount is kind of huge. Abyssal Artillery, you see, you can use that from the back row, so that might be better than these that are front row abilities, especially Hands from the Abyss, that's no use to us. So we'll get Abyssal Artillery and upgrade it. Vulnerability Hex is... it's very good to use on a boss. And you know what? This is the other thing I've kind of been forgetting. So, not only should I be working on my character's armor, but increasing their skills is really important too. So for Basketville... oh, I have increased his skills. Well, that makes sense as to why he's so powerful then. So, Muselli, have you had your skills increased? You have. And Nilo has not. So what do we... Stunning Blow's not all that cool. We're going to get Battle Heal. And then... Clear Stun, Clear Marked Target. Yeah. So this gives Nilo as our frontliner the ability to just pull someone out of like the death's door state where they're in trouble. Because it's very useful to have, is to have some of your frontline guys have just enough healing that, say your healer is out of action, they can at least throw something in that stops someone dying. Anyway, that's all the screwing around I will do for today. I have to say, I very much enjoyed playing Darkest Dungeon again. It's been a while, and I've never encountered the Crimson Court stuff before. I dabbled in that accidentally this stream, and oof. I am worried that that's going to be more of a thing than I want it to be. But anyway, I'm going to call this stream here for tonight. It's been a pleasure having you all. Thank you for turning up and helping name the characters with me and just generally chatting along with. Yeah, it is fun to have your own personalised gang. It's also more sad when, if we can go to the graveyard here, the two dead characters so far are Blaze and SMD, which was a hound and his houndmaster, and Carl, who, honestly, was a very effective man-at-arms, who bled out due to a wound inflicted by a fellow hero. That's, yeah. So that was, you know what's really funny? No, I was the first death, and I didn't name myself anyone. This was another chat suggestion. But, funnily enough, as it tells you how you died, the only bleeds that can be afflicted by other party members are the ones inflicted by weird healing. So it was Kay. It was Kay that killed Carl. Revenge has been had. For all of the times that Carl has murdered Kay in D&D games, he finally got his revenge. So I guess the naming was perfect. I guess that's going to stick now. But yes, as I was saying, it was lovely having you. Thank you for coming, and I hope to see you next time. Yeah, yes, the Blaze SMD estate and also the graveyard. The graveyard full of Blaze SMD is the first fucking death. So I guess the estate doesn't belong to anyone now. It's just anyone's game. I'll see you next time, guys.